Let's see, Joe, can you remind us how to use Zoom, please?
Sure. Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. All panelists, that is alders, committee members, and staff have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Please continue to use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the committee may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the ALRC, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair Donnelly, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. This meeting is governed by Robert's Rules of Order. All speakers wishing to address the committee regarding an agenda item must first complete a registration form and submit it to the city clerk designate. Speakers may speak to the committee only after they're called by the chair. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. And the public is not allowed to address or respond to speakers or committee members unless they've been recognized by the chair of the committee. Mr. Verbeek, are there any notified absences?
There are no notified absences.
All right, I call this meeting to order at 5:45 p.m. Will you please call the roll?
Alder Revere.
Say Verbeer?
Yeah, I did say Alder Revere.
Okay. I'm here, Jim.
Dr. Reese?
Here.
Mr. Donnelly?
Present.
Alder Carter?
Present.
Mr. Fletcher?
Here.
Alder Miazzi? Chair, we have quorum.
Excellent. Let's see. First order of business is approval of minutes from our meeting on June 16th, 2021. Committee, what's your pleasure?
Move adoption.
Motion from Alder Carter to approve the minutes. Is there a second? Second from Dr. Reese. Any discussion? Hearing none. Anyone want to call for a roll call vote? Seeing none, motion passes unanimously. Public comment. Are there any registrants for general public comment, Mr. Verbeek?
We actually do have a registrant for public comment, although he is here, but he registered as not wishing to speak. I'm guessing it may have been an accidental registration. Again, mark him allowed to speak and see what item it is he's registered to speak for.
All right.
His name is Manny, as he's registered for and isn't here.
Hello.
Hello, Manny. Did you want to make a general public comment or did you want to speak to a specific item on the agenda?
I don't want to make any comment on this item. I registered for the alcohol license review at my place, so I'm not sure how I register myself. So,
what did you want to register for?
I registered for the committee on the alcohol license review.
Do you know which item number that is?
I believe that was item number 1.
One is our open public comment. What establishment are you looking to speak on?
It is at address 1109 Fortier Drive, Cafe Rigoletto, DBA Benvenuto's Italian Grill.
Okay. That is
item 23.
Item 23, yep. So we will call on you to that item.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Is there any other general public comment?
I do not see anyone else registered.
All right. Next up, disclosures and recusals. Members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. I don't see any hands. So presentation of the consent agenda. This time a consent agenda will be moved with recommended action to grant with conditions or other actions. Committee members may, of course, remove items from the consent agenda. Mr. Verbeek, will you go down the list as I share it?
Sure. Okay. Oops. So the on the proposed consent agenda, recommended council temporary Class B retail license permits. Items 2 and 3, change of agent 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Entity reorganization items 15 and 16. Extension license premise items 17, 19, and 18. Recommended council to place on file without prejudice items change of agent 6 and appearance to answer summons and complaint for revocation item 39, and recommended without prejudice public hearing. It says 56. This number should actually be 33.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Verbeek. Committee members, would anyone like to remove any items from the consent agenda? I'm not seeing anything. In that case, a motion would be in order. Mr. Fletcher?
Move approval of the consent agenda as it's been presented.
A motion, is there a second? Second. Second from Alder Yazzie. Any discussion? Hearing none. Does anyone want to call for a roll call vote? Hearing none, consent agenda passes. So if you are here for one of the items that Mr. Verbeek is about to read off, that means your item has been dealt with and you are done for the night. Mr. Verbeek.
The consent agenda as passed for this meeting, July 21st, 2021. From the council to grant item number 2, temporary Class B retailer current street use permit, Wilmar Neighborhood Center, Inc., event date September 18th, 2021, from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m., and September 19th, 2021, 1 a.m. to 8 p.m. The event is Willie Street Fair. Item number 3, Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit, Eakin Park Association, event date August 21st, 2021. And the event is the Eakin Park Festival. Item number 4, agent Papa Vero LLC. Item number 5, change of agent Taco Hilldale LLC. Number 7, change of agent Quick Trip Inc. And item number 8, change of agent Target Corporation. Number 9, change of agent Enovino LLC. Number 10, change of agent Palette Grill LLC. Number 11, change of agent LLC. Number 15, entity reorganization, Superfast Pizza, Wisconsin LLC at 715 Sligo Drive. And number 16, entity reorganization, Mod Superfast Pizza, Wisconsin LLC at 22490 Road. Number 17, Streeter License Premise, LRP, Madison 1 LLC. And number 19, Streeter Extension License Premise, Short Stack Eatery LLC. And number 20, Streeter Extension License Premise, Frank Productions Concerts LLC. From the council to place on file without prejudice. And number 6, change of agent Catering LLC. And item number 39, to answer to summons and complaint for revocation, Ring Roadie LLC. And recommend the council to place on file without prejudice, public hearing. Item number 33, public hearing new license, Lush Lounge at 744 Williamson Street, Class B sugar and beer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Verbeek. Again, if your item was just read off, you have no further business. Well, if you don't have another item on the agenda, you're done with the ALRC tonight. All right, so next up, Hang on. Oh, I see. There are more of these. I'm sorry. Wow. Do we have an interpreter for any items tonight?
We do. We have an interpreter for item number 30. No, 34.
I am having some audio problems and I need to change some software to fix it. Mr. Fletcher, can I hand the gavel to you?
That would be fine, Mr. Chair. And, yeah, I'm having a couple of audio issues on my end, maybe as well. So I'll kind of try my best. Brings us to item number 34 on the agenda, which is for J&G Minimart. Jim, do we have any the registrants in the queue?
We do. Juan Alejandro Gomez is registered, and he is the applicant. And then we have an interpreter.
And Jim, do you want to swear in the interpreter before we begin?
Sure. Oh, she's here and she's not muted. Okay. Okay, interpreter. Can I have you raise your hand and affirm that you'll correctly interpret English to Spanish and Spanish to English?
Yes, I affirm that.
Thank you.
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. And I think members of the committee, again, direct your questions to Juan and Adriana will interpret accordingly. Juan, why don't you tell the committee a little bit about what you're planning to do?
Don Juan, ¿usted por qué no le cuenta al comité qué es lo que usted planea hacer?
Juan needs to unmute himself.
Juan no se le puede escuchar, necesita abrir el micrófono.
Okay. Ya está listo ahora.
¿Qué planea? La pregunta es, ¿qué planea hacer usted? ¿Cuál es su plan?
Okay. Nosotros, más bien, quiero abrir una pequeña tienda, ¿verdad? Donde podamos vender lo que son artículos también como de casa. No solamente estamos vendiendo licor, sino queremos como también vender utilidades como el papel del baño y algunas que otras como, comida, podría decirse, no comida, sino como lo que son pizza, a lo mejor donas, algo por el estilo, algo que se vea diferente, no tan usual como en otras licorerías que tienen casi nomás puro licor. Queremos algo que se vea un poquito diferente, no solamente es adentro, sino afuera también. Y muchas más cosas, nada más que por el momento es la primera vez que yo tengo una reunión de este tipo. Nunca había estado así, créanme, entonces me siento muy nervioso. La verdad, me faltan como muchas palabras para poder explicarles todo lo que estoy pasando ahorita, pues, pero...
Okay, so what we intend to do with the space is to create a market. But we want to create that market in a different way. We want to do something that is not your regular type of market. We don't want for this place to be a typical liquor store, because liquor stores only, for have liquor. So we want to do a market where you can get some essentials, some grocery essentials, some household essentials like toilet paper, paper towels. We would like to offer some food opportunities, like, for example, pizza, donuts, some things of that sort. We have many ideas, not only for the inside of the space, but for the outside as well. I'm sorry, this is the first time that I attend one of these meetings. This is the first time that I need to talk about my plans, and I find myself very nervous and kind of running out of words on how to explain what we want to do.
Thank you. And Juan, no problem at all. We will now walk through questions that committee members may have for you based on the application. I'll pause
Okay.
there.
Ahora, basados en la aplicación, Juan, vamos a hacer unas preguntas. Los miembros de nuestro comité van a hacer unas preguntas. No se preocupen, no se sienta nervioso. Simplemente contéstenos, ¿correcto?
Okay.
Members of the
Fine.
committee, what questions do you have for Juan? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Juan. Please don't be nervous. We're here to help you, so don't worry about it.
Thank you.
You're doing great, and your application actually was completed, I think, very nicely. So
Su aplicación la completó de una forma muy bien, la hizo. Segundo, no se sienta nervioso, estamos aquí para servirle y ayudarle, y por ahora lo viene haciendo muy bien.
Gracias, les agradezco mucho.
Thank you.
my first question is the status of the establishment that we granted a license to back at, I believe, at our January meeting of this year. And obviously Alderperson Carter knows a lot more about this than any of us, since it's the district she's elected to represent. But perhaps, Juan, could you just start and explain to us, did the mini mart that we licensed earlier this year ever open? And are you buying the business from them?
Ok, Juan, una de las primeras inquietudes que yo tengo es que, si usted recuerda, nosotros ya garantizamos una licencia en enero de este año a un mini market localizado allí. Primero quiero saber, ¿ese negocio se abrió? ¿Ese negocio está en funcionamiento? ¿O es que usted va a comprar ese negocio de alguien? Con respecto a la licencia que nosotros ya habíamos entregado en enero y o sea, ¿cómo está funcionando este negocio ahora?
Actualmente ese negocio está corriendo ahora. Realmente nosotros no estamos ahí involucrados en lo más mínimo. Simplemente nosotros llegamos a un acuerdo con el dueño de que él quería vender y prácticamente ahorita estamos en hacer un traspaso de compra a venta, pues, pero nosotros queremos una licencia para nosotros que sea propia. No queremos estar involucrados con lo que ellos han tenido anteriormente, o si ellos tienen algunos otros problemas atrás, no queremos nada de ellos. Simplemente queremos el lugar y el negocio corriendo así como ellos lo tienen, pero con nuestra propia licencia. No queremos tener dificultades con nadie.
Okay, so yes, indeed, that business is open and is functioning and is open for business. The owner of that business entered in conversations with us, and we are in the process of transferring the business, buying the difference from the business from him. But we do want an independent, our own liquor license. We don't want the license to be transferred from them to us. We want a fresh license that is to us because we don't want to inherit any troubles or problems or things or issues that this previous owner could have in the past.
Thank you for the explanation. In fact,
Gracias por la explicación.
In fact, you're doing the right thing by applying for a new license because that's what the law requires. You simply can't, the current owner can't just transfer or give you their existing license and let you operate it. So you're doing the right thing by applying for a new license, and your explanation was most helpful.
Está haciendo lo correcto en aplicar por su propia licencia. Como la ley está contemplada hasta este momento, usted no puede transferir de persona, de dueño a dueño, la licencia de licor. Tiene que ser su propia licencia y su explicación fue la correcta.
I'm sorry. Was there a response there?
Juan, ¿quiere contestar algo?
It didn't need a response. I just didn't want to talk over.
Okay, no, tranquilo, no necesita responder en este momento.
I do have perhaps just one more question, please.
Tengo una pregunta más.
And that is, Juan, are you familiar with the 6 specific conditions that we recently placed on the existing license at this premise?
En esta premisa, nosotros dimos una licencia, otorgamos una licencia en enero. Nosotros recientemente hicimos una revisión de esta licencia como está en ese negocio y nosotros hicimos una petición de 6 especificaciones que tienen que cumplir para continuar con la licencia. ¿Usted ha hablado con el dueño actual del negocio de cuáles son estos requisitos?
Sí hablé con el dueño exactamente. Me comentó todos los requisitos que hay que hacer y estoy dispuesto a hacer lo que se requiera con tal de que se mejore la situación. Lo que yo no quiero es tener problemas en el futuro, que todo el negocio corra bien sin tener que perjudicar a nadie y nadie me perjudica a mí. Que todo sea claro.
So yes, indeed, I talked to the owner about the 6 specifications or requirements that you have in order to continue with the license as it was granted to these premises. Yeah, I am aware of that, and I'm willing to do everything that it needs to be done to comply with everything. And again, the thing is, I don't want to have problems. I want everything on the table, everything clear, crystal clear, no troubles with anybody. And yes, indeed, I know what you are talking about.
Thank you. That sounds perfect. And I assume that would be the response because I noted on your application that you proposed to not open on Sundays until 1 p.m. And I see that our condition number 5 on the existing license says that the establishment shall not open before noon on Sundays. So I had anticipated that you were very familiar with the current conditions, and I thank you for that.
Gracias por esto. Yo pensé que sí, que usted ya sabía, porque en su aplicación usted puso que usted los domingos no va a abrir antes de la 1 de la tarde. Y esa fue una de las condiciones, que este tipo de negocio no puede estar abierto antes de la 1:12 o 1 de la tarde en un domingo. Gracias por su respuesta.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
¿Él no tiene más preguntas?
No tengo ninguna pregunta por el momento.
I don't have anything else to add, or I don't have any questions myself.
Thank you very much, Alder Verveer. Are there any other questions for Juan?
¿Hay alguien que tenga otra pregunta para Juan?
Seeing none, we move into the committee discussion phase for this application. Alder Carter.
Como no hay ninguna otra pregunta, entonces nos vamos a mover a la discusión dentro del comité para este tipo de licencia. Va a hablar la señora Carter.
Alder Carter, you're on mute.
Of course I am. I just wanted to say just a couple things. One, I believe that when we had our neighborhood meeting, and I won't go into the whole discussion because I'll do that later, that you were looking at possibly selling a 4-pack. Is that still what you're thinking, or have you changed your mind?
Juan, cuando nosotros tuvimos la reunión con el vecindario, y no voy a entrar en detalles de esa reunión porque eso se va a discutir más tarde, usted comentó algo como la opción de vender paquetes de 4. ¿Todavía usted está planeando hacerlo?
Sí, así es.
That's correct?
Okay.
I am still planning on that.
Okay. So one of the things that, another thing that we had talked about was that you wanted to also have a similar to like a coffee, you called it a coffee table. I would call it more of a coffee bar. Are you still looking at having that in the store?
La otra cosa que usted comentó como idea es tener lo que usted llamó en ese momento como una mesa para el café. Lo que yo la llamo más bien sería como un bar de café. ¿Usted todavía está pensando en hacer esto?
Así es, eso estábamos pensando, poner el café también.
Yeah, we are thinking about having the coffee bar, yes.
Okay. One of the things that I thought was interesting real quickly about our neighborhood meeting is how versed with the variety types of beer that are out there that people wanted to know if one was carrying. And one in particular was a Jamaican beer. Can you talk to me more about the variety that you heard from the neighborhood meeting?
Sí, usted recuerda cuando nosotros tuvimos la reunión con el vecindario, una de las cosas que a mí me llamó la atención poderosamente fue el hecho de que los asistentes a la reunión sabían muchísimo de tipos y calidades y clases y marcas de cervezas. Se habló mucho particularmente con respecto a una cerveza de Jamaica. ¿Usted me puede comentar un poquito más con respecto a eso?
La cerveza de Jamaica.
Uh-huh.
Sí estamos pensando sobre la cerveza de Jamaica, pero en particular no pensamos vender cerveza de bajo costo, barata, porque eso atrae mucho a gente que muchas veces nada más se quiere tomar cerca de la licorería y no quiere zafarse de ahí, no quiere buscar otro lugar. Entonces no pensamos vender cerveza barata.
Yes, we are thinking of having a variety, diverse portfolio of beers, but what we really want to do is not to sell cheap or very low price beer. Why? Because by experience, we know that people will gather around our commercial space, our business, to continue drinking that type of beer, and they probably will linger a little too long. So we would prefer for our clients, customers, to come, buy a little pricier beer and leave and go and drink the beer whenever they want to.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Jim.
Gracias a la señora Carter. Ahora Jim, concejal Berwick.
Yeah, I just wanted to say if there are no other registrants or if there's no other people wishing to ask the applicant any questions, we actually do have 2 other registrants who are in support, not wishing to speak, but able to answer questions.
Okay. Entonces, si ya no hay preguntas de ningún otro concejal, entonces nosotros podemos proceder a hacer el paso siguiente, que es que tenemos 2 personas que se registraron, pero no quieren hablar, pero registraron sus preguntas, ¿correcto?
Don't see anyone in the list, anyone else in the list, Jim. So if we want to proceed.
Lo siento, Jim, pero yo no veo a nadie en la lista que haya registrado preguntas o comentarios sin querer participar.
The 2 registrants in support, not wishing to speak but available to answer questions, are Francisco Hondo and Marco Antonio Flores.
Tenemos a 2 personas que se registraron que no quieren particularmente comentar o hablar nada, pero están disponibles para contestar preguntas. Es Francisco Hondo. Can you repeat the name of the second individual?
Yes, Marco Antonio Flores.
Y Marco Antonio Flores. Francisco Hondo y Marco Antonio Flores.
Thank you very much. Does any member of the committee have questions for either of the individuals registered to speak?
¿Alguno de los miembros de este comité tiene alguna pregunta para los 2 individuos que se registraron, dispuestos a contestar preguntas?
Seeing none, is there any further discussion amongst the committee members? Otherwise, a motion would be in order.
¿Hay algún otro tipo de comentario, pregunta o inquietud por parte de los miembros de este comité? Y si no, procedemos a dictar una moción.
Alder Carter.
Yes, thank you. Am I muted?
You are not, Alder Carter.
Finally. Yes, I just wanted to say a couple things that I've had 3 meetings with the applicant before we even met with the neighborhood. We also met with Lieutenant Kelly Beckett. They had a neighborhood meeting on the 16th. And one of the things that I will say that I was really impressed was how they wanted to be part of the community and made that very clear to the neighbors, the residents who showed up at that meeting, that they wanted to be part of the community and offer things that the community wanted or desired. They talked very strongly about their security, video cameras, etc. And I was there. They're also, which Juan did not say, he also owns a business in South Madison, so he's very familiar with South Madison and enjoys being in South Madison, and that's always a delight to hear from people. I will say that the conditions on the previous applicant's license regarding the 4-pack and 6-pack, I would like to allow Juan to sell a 4-pack. Thank you. In addition to a 6-pack.
Ok, so, entonces, Juan, la concejal Carter dice que en la reunión que usted tuvo con los vecinos, ella estuvo muy impresionada porque ustedes de verdad quieren ser parte de la comunidad. Ustedes quieren de verdad escuchar lo que la comunidad desea para poderla complacer en cuanto a lo que ustedes van a ofrecer en su negocio. Quedó muy impresionada al hablar, cuando usted habló de los aditivos de seguridad, cámaras y video que van a tener alrededor y dentro del negocio. También dice ella que usted manifestó que usted tiene otro negocio en el lado sur de Madison, o sea que usted tiene esta experiencia ya y que usted le complace mucho saber que usted quiere continuar haciendo negocios en este lado de Madison, en el lado sur. Otra cosa quiere agregar ella, que en cuanto a las condiciones que se le dieron, las 6 condiciones que se le dieron a ese individuo que tiene la licencia en este momento, con respecto a eso, ella quisiera agregar que ella da su autorización o que ella está de acuerdo con que usted no solo venda paquetes de 4, sino paquetes de 6 también.
And the other condition I would like for to be on the license is not to open before 1 p.m. on Sunday.
Y la otra condición que ella quiere que se quede clara dentro de la otorgación es que ustedes no pueden abrir antes de la 1 de la tarde los días domingos.
Thank you very much, Alder.
Gracias.
Carter. Chair Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Alder Carter, other than those 2 changes, would you want all of the other conditions to stand as they are on the establishment previously licensed at that location?
Yes.
Le pregunta el concejal Donnelly a la concejal Carter si además de estas 2 anotaciones, el horario y lo de vender 4 y 6, ella quiere que la licencia tenga las demás especificaciones que se hicieron recientemente a la licencia que está otorgada ya al individuo que en este momento es dueño y opera el establecimiento. Y ella respondió que sí, que quieren que esas se queden.
Would a motion be in order at this time?
En este momento podemos cumplir con una moción.
Yes, it would.
I move adoption.
I will second. Alder Carter, shall I enumerate the conditions?
Please do.
Entonces hay moción de aceptación, pero van a enumerar de nuevo las 6 condiciones.
Number 1, the establishment shall not sell, dispense, or give away fermented malt beverages in the original container in amounts less than the amount contained in a 4-pack of 12-ounce bottles or cans. This is only applicable to fermented malt beverages which fall into the following categories or of brands: domestic premium, domestic sub-premium, which includes value and economy brands, malt liquor, and similarly situated imported brands.
Entonces, condición número 1 es que por menos de 4 por paquete usted no puede vender. Usted no puede vender envases que contengan bebidas de malta que tengan paquetes menores de 4, ¿correcto? Y eso aplica para bebidas de malta importadas, bebidas de malta domésticas, bebidas de malta de precio económico, de precio medio y de precio más costoso, ¿correcto?
2, flavored malt beverages may not be sold, dispensed, or given away in the original container in amounts less than a 4-pack of 12-ounce bottles or cans.
Bebidas de malta con diferentes sabores, cervezas de sabores, bebidas de malta que tienen sabores que se han vuelto populares ahorita, lo mismo, no se deben dispensar en menos de paquete de 4 ni en ningún otro envase que no sea el original en paquete de 4.
The establishment shall not sell, dispense, or give away intoxicating liquor in the original container in amounts of 200 milliliters or less in volume. Intoxicating liquor shall not include wine in the original container with an alcohol content of 15% or less by volume.
También restricciones con respecto a la venta de otras bebidas de licores. No debe vender envases ni deben ser dispensados en envases menores de 250 o 200 mililitros. Y esto no incluye vinos a menos de que estos vinos estén con un contenido de alcohol que sea mayor del 15%.
The establishment shall not sell, dispense, or give away flavored fortified wines in the original container with an alcohol content of more than 12.5% alcohol by volume, where spirits have been added to the wine that have not been produced from the same fruit as the wine for consumption off the licensed premises. This prohibition shall not apply to any other wine product as defined in Wisconsin State Statutes 125.02 sub 22.
Ok, esta prerrogativa tiene que ver con especificaciones muchísimo más claras y muy puntuales con respecto a bebidas de vino con más de 12% de volumen de alcohol por volumen. So I would like to clarify that Mr. Gomez has the text of what I am trying to interpret.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Ok. ¿Usted tiene, don Juan, el texto de lo que yo estoy tratando de interpretar?
Así es.
Ok, y estamos claros con lo que ellos significan y cuáles son los estatutos y todo con respecto a que es un vino con fortificantes, que es un vino de frutas, que es un vino al cual le adicionan espirituales, licores espirituales. ¿Todo eso? ¿Sí?
Sí, así es. Sí, estoy entendiendo todo.
Okay, so I am clarifying and he is following the text. Mm-hmm.
Excellent. We're through the hard ones. Number 5, the establishment shall not open before 1 p.m. on Sundays.
Predicamento número 5, ustedes no pueden abrir antes de la 1 de la tarde los días domingos.
And number 6, the license holder shall maintain video cameras inside and outside the establishment and shall save recordings from that system for a minimum of 10 days.
La persona que tenga esta licencia debe mantener videocámaras grabando todo lo que ocurre en el negocio adentro y afuera de las premisas. Y usted debe grabar debe guardar los videos que se graban por un mínimo de 10 días. That will be business days or calendar days?
Calendar days.
Días calendario, 10 días calendario, okay?
And I will yield to Alder Carter so she can speak to her motion.
Le voy a dar la palabra al concejal Carter para que ella haga la moción.
Thank you. Yes, I'm encouraging the commissioners to approve this license. I think this mini mart is going to be a real asset to West Badger Road and the surrounding residents there. The fact that they not only went past 12 to 1 o'clock in respect of the church across the street from them speaks volumes to their commitment to the community. Thank you.
Lo que yo quiero decir es que yo le motivo a mis compañeros en este comité a aprobar una licencia para este negocio. Yo pienso que este negocio va a ser una muy buena opción para el vecindario, los vecinos del área de West Badger Road. Y el hecho de que ustedes no solo dijeron que tranquilos, que ustedes no iban a abrir no solo antes de las 12, sino antes de la 1 de la tarde en respecto a los oficios religiosos en la iglesia que está al frente del local, habla muy bien de lo que ustedes tienen intención de hacer. Gracias.
Thank you, Alder Carter. We have a motion on the floor from Alder Carter and a second by Mr. Donnelly. Is there any further discussion?
¿Hay algo de discusión que quieran discutir más? Tenemos una moción del concejal Carter. Está secundada por el concejal Donnelly. ¿Hay algún otro tipo de discusión?
Seeing none, all those in favor signify so by remaining silent. If there are any objections, please raise your hands.
Si hay objeciones, levante su mano. Las que ya están todos de acuerdo no tienen que hacer nada.
Seeing none, the motion is approved.
No veo ningún tipo de objeción. Entonces, esta moción ha sido aprobada.
Congratulations, Juan. And I will turn it back over to you, Mr. Donnelly.
Ok, entonces gracias, felicitaciones a Juan y yo le doy la palabra a el concejal Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. All right, that is item 34 down. We're on to item 12, entity reorganization for Inovino. Do we have a registrant for this item?
We do, and this registrant is also here for 13, 14, and 15. is here for 12, 13, and 14.
I had thought that might be the case. Who
The
is
reason of this applicant, this is Sarah Granados, and the reason this is not a consent agenda is because it's a 50% ownership alteration.
okay? Mr. Verbeek, I think there is a problem with your microphone. So if you could take a look at that while we're talking, that would be great. Sarah, can you please describe what is going on with these businesses?
Yes. So we just reorganized our ownership is all. So we pared down to myself and John Smith. And I think our paperwork from the previous renewal was incorrect. So we were just trying to correct it that way to make sure everything's listed properly.
So who were the officers and who are the officers now?
So the officers listed, let's see, I believe it was Matt Robert, John Smith, and Jose Granados. And now Matt Robert was our director of operations. He's not with the company anymore. And then we transferred ownership from my husband, Jose Granados, to myself. So we just kind of wanted to make that official on all the documents.
Can you describe what changes, if any, there will be to the operations of the business?
Certainly, yeah, there will be no changes. I've been involved in the operations from start to finish. So it's more of a paperwork formality alteration than anything. The businesses will continue to operate exactly how they are.
Committee members, what questions do you have for the registrant? If there are, Alder Carter.
Thank you. Sarah, did you say your husband's no longer involved?
He's still involved. It's just the legal ownership. We restructured things. So he's not listed as an owner in our operating agreement in the LLC anymore.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Any further questions? Hearing none, I would be happy to entertain a motion regarding items 12, 13, and 14.
If I could, Chair Donnelly. Ms. Granados, are you saying that because right now the last renewal form we got for Enovino lists Richard Uline, John Smith, and Jose Granados. And you're saying that you and Richard Uline will be the only two members of the LLC now?
No, it's myself and John Smith.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, you and John Smith.
Yes, yep, we are the two.
Okay. Okay, because our records show Richard Uline, John Smith, and Jose Granados. So would you be okay with your application reflecting the removal of Richard Uline and Jose Granados as well?
Yes, that would be perfect.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Verbeek. Any further questions or a motion on items 12, 13, and 14? Alder Verbeek.
I move to grant.
Second.
The applications.
Any discussion? Would anyone care for a roll call vote? All right, motion passes. Items 12, 13, and 14 are granted. All right, so next up, item 18, Streetery extension for the Caribou Tavern. Do we have a registrant for this item?
We do have a registrant for this item. It is Mark Schmeltzkopf. And
Mark, can you? Go ahead, Jim.
No, I'm sorry. He is there. Never mind.
Mark, can you let us know what you are applying for?
Yeah, just extending my liquor license from the main bar area into a little spot in my back lot outside, consisting of 4-foot picnic tables, adding 16 spots for dining and drinking purposes outside.
Is that space contiguous with your existing licensed premises?
Yes.
Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Alder Carter.
Mark, is this a parking lot that you're putting the picnic tables in?
It is, yes. And the building is separated into 3 distinct addresses. 701 East Johnson is the laundromat. 703 is the Caribou Tavern. And 705 is just storage area for the Caribou Tavern. And the eatery spot would actually be right behind the 703 and 705 spot, not interfering with any of the laundromat, as we share a parking lot back there.
Okay, so it's not disturbing the laundromat's business.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. Mark, as you know, the alderperson of the district, Patrick Heck, has corresponded with the committee and stated that you have voluntarily agreed to cease use of the patio at 9 p.m. each night. Is that correct?
That's something I instilled from the start, just to be compliant with keeping the noise level down for the residents that are nearby.
Thank you for being a good neighbor. I know the Boo has been there for, seems like generations.
For a long time.
So you probably were there before any of your other neighbors at this point. Anyway, with that said, I presume you obviously then have no objection to adding that as a condition on your approval here.
None at all.
Great. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Alder Verveer, would you care to make a motion along those lines?
I would be pleased, Mr. Chair, to move to grant the streetery expansion with the condition that the patio use cease by 9 p.m.
I see a second from Mr. Fletcher. Any discussion? Dr. Reese?
It looked like there were a few other restrictions like amplified sound and stuff in the application. Am I reading the right one? Yes. Did any of that need to be read into the license?
Alder Verveer, it is your
read into the motion.
Alder Verveer, it's your motion.
I don't believe that I'm familiar with the streetery expansion that allows for amplified music on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday evenings. My recollection is that though that's already time limited out. Could we ask the applicant, does he plan to have amplified music at all or even at a later hour?
No plans for any amplified music outside at all.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, and I appreciate your question, Dr. Reese. I think what you were perhaps looking at were the general streetery rules. I looked at this application the other day, and I'm not.
Yep, that's what it is. I just wanted to make sure because occasionally we miss one, so that sounds great.
Okay, great. Thanks, Dr. Reese. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Alder Verveer and Dr. Reese. Any further discussion?
Who's the second on this motion?
Mr. Fletcher.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no further discussion. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Item 18 is granted with conditions. All right. Item 21, change of licensed premises for Chili's on Mineral Point, adding parking spots for curbside sales. We can probably at the same time discuss item 22, which is change of licensed premises for Chili's Easttown, also adding parking spots for curbside sales. Mr. Verbeek, do we have a registrant for this item?
Terrence Miller is registered, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions.
Well, Terrence, can you give us the quick rundown on what you would like to do?
We are hoping to sell alcohol to go with entrees. The procedure would be prior to selling alcohol to any guest in their vehicle, the guest must park in one of the designated parking spaces for alcohol to go. The server will ensure the person picking up the alcohol is of legal age and verify the person. After verifying the person is of age and receiving payment, the server would deliver the alcohol to the vehicle.
Thank you, Terrence. Mr. Verbeek or anyone else on the committee, I know we've had a number of grocery stores that we've licensed for curbside sales. Have we done any restaurants?
No, this would be the first.
What questions do you have for the applicant, starting with Alder Carter?
You're muted, Alder Carter.
Oh, for God's sake. Okay. Would the patron have to order a meal for takeout to get the alcohol to go, or can you describe that process again?
The patron would not have to order a meal.
Okay. And would this be in some kind of sealed container?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you. Terrence, two questions. One, in terms of checking IDs, are you checking everyone who places an alcohol order or above, a certain age of appearance? How are you kind of measuring that?
We would check the ID of the person who placed the order.
And that would be, any individual who places the order, you would check the ID of, right?
Correct.
And then Terrence, in terms of the state of Wisconsin, do you have this model in place anywhere else?
We have it in place in several of our locations, but not all. We're in the process of putting the same process in place for all locations at this time.
And that would be, but do you have anywhere else currently in Wisconsin that has this flexibility?
I know we have several that have the flexibility, but that have been approved, but we have not actually started the procedure yet. We are trying to get all locations in the state consistent before we start anything.
Nationally, does Chili's have anything in place in other jurisdictions like this?
We have this in place in most states in the U.S. right now. It is in place in all of our Illinois locations, to the best of my knowledge, and most other states.
I guess if my question would be, operationally, as you have implemented this in other states, what issues or have there things that you have learned along the way that have facilitated this to be more successful as you've gone along?
I am not familiar with any problems that we have had at this point. We do have a very rigid training program for our staff in place to make sure everyone knows exactly how the procedure needs to be handled. And then we also have a lot of follow-up and accountability to make sure all practices are being followed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Alderman Miazzi.
Yes, just wondering, do people order in advance before getting there, or they have to order when they get there? Do people place orders to go before arriving?
Our model allows for both. Currently, we have roughly 80% of our orders placed online prior to arriving. We do also have folks who place orders in person. Those are typically placed inside the building where the guest will walk into the establishment and place their order. But the majority are placed online.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Miazzi. Mr. Verbeek.
I was curious if the applicant has read Madison General Ordinance 38.07 para 4, which talks about online ordering and curbside pickup of alcohol beverages.
I have not read that ordinance myself. The licensing and all of this procedure is being handled through our office in Dallas, Texas, with our licensing professionals there.
Yeah, when I believe when the council drafted this, they had more of a consideration for Class A's. As we mentioned earlier, you would be the first Class B to have this sort of parking space added to your premise. And so there are, I found at least two conditions, two parts of this ordinance that may sort of impact your business. And part of that is one says there shall be a minimum 4-hour waiting period between order time and pickup time. And then the next one says orders placed after 2 p.m. cannot be picked up until the following day. So that's not really a question towards you, but that's just letting you know what that ordinance says. And that's something for the committee and the council to consider.
Thank you, Mr. Verbeek. Dr. Reese and then Alderman Verveer.
I was just wondering, do you require that the person who places the order be the one to pick it up?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Alderman Verveer.
Thank you. I was going to raise the same issue that Deputy City Clerk Verbeek just did. I was the main sponsor of this ordinance back in 2018, I believe is when it was adopted. And we absolutely did not envision restaurants being interested in what we called at the time click and collect purchases of alcohol. I must admit, I personally don't have a problem with it, but the Madison General Ordinance, I think, clearly would preclude Chili's from really utilizing this online service and having your customers sit in the parking space and not get out of their vehicle as currently on the books. Because I just can't imagine, so this is a question of you, I just can't imagine that you'd have much business past 2 p.m. for this service at all. And as you just heard from our Deputy City Clerk, any orders placed after 2 p.m. can't be picked up until the following day. So let's just say for the sake of argument here that the City Council does not amend the ordinance just to help Chili's. Would you still even envision utilizing online ordering of alcohol if most of your customers that would be interested wouldn't be able to pick it up until the next day?
That is something that we would have to factor into our plans. Does this rule apply only to online ordering? The question is, if a guest orders in person, let's say they order food online, and when they arrive to pick that up would like to order an alcoholic beverage to go with it, but they're ordering in person, does that change the way the ordinance applies?
In other words, but they would not leave their vehicle? Mr.
Correct.
Miller? Well, I think we should ask, and I know that our city attorney's office isn't generally in the business of giving private legal advice here, but I don't know if Assistant City Attorney Brisk wishes to try to address that question and pretend that it's one of us committee members asking it. Attorney Brisk, do you have 38.07 in front of you?
No, I do not. I can attempt to get it if you hang on.
Yeah, we might want to, obviously we have a long agenda here tonight. We might want to table these items to allow Attorney Brisk the opportunity to review 38.07.
Is that a motion, Alder Verveer?
Yes, with apologies to Mr. Miller, I know I would move to place upon the table this item and the next related sister item.
Here, a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Dr. Reese. Any discussion or dissent? All right, motion passes. Items 21 and 22 have been placed on the table. Let's see. Next item. Oh no, this isn't it. Yeah. Next item is item 23, change of licensed premises for Benvenuto's on Fourier Drive to extend the premises outside between the building and parking lot. I believe we have a registrant from earlier in the meeting for this one, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Manny, are you associated, or can you state your full name for the record and tell us your association with Benvenuto's, please?
Raul Quintana Manny, and I'm the food and beverage director.
Okay. Are you the agent?
Yes.
Excellent. Can you please tell us what you are looking to do?
We are building a permanent patio in front of our restaurant. So we would like to extend our liquor license to serve alcohol and food in our patio.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Verbeek.
According to the record, David Fanoof is the liquor beer agent for this license.
Correct. I'm sorry. Correct. I'm sorry.
So, Manny, are you, what is your role with the corporation?
I am the food and beverage director with the corporation.
Are you an officer of the corporation?
I am one of the executives.
Assistant City Attorney Brisk, I know you're already doing some research, but can I have your attention for a moment? Assistant City Attorney Brisk. So, Manny, where we're going with this is we need to make sure that the person that we're talking to is, as far as the ALRC is concerned, officially able to speak on behalf of the business and perhaps more importantly, listen on behalf of the business. So we're looking for someone who is either registered as the agent and or listed as an officer of the corporation. Assistant City Attorney Brisk, can you listen to what Manny's role is with this establishment and let us know whether you think we should accept him as a representative?
All right.
Manny, can you describe your role at the organization, please?
My title is the food and beverage director.
Food and beverage director. And what does that, who supervises your job?
The owners.
So you're here without the agent or the owners?
That is correct. I did not know that one of them had to be present.
Do you have any ownership interest in the business?
I do not.
Well, I guess my reaction is that we need somebody who is actually, you're not the manager of the business per se. You're the food and beverage manager. Is that correct?
I am the food and beverage director for the corporation and yes, one of the executives.
I'm sorry,
I do not own any owner partnership.
Okay. I think we probably need somebody who has control over the business in order to either as an officer of the corporation or the limited liability company or somebody who is formally on the license as an agent. So I think we probably should postpone our consideration of this.
Thank you, Assistant City Attorney Brist. Manny, I'm sorry about the inconvenience. Committee, does anyone want to have any discussion now, or do you want to refer? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I was just wondering if I could ask Manny, is it possible, Manny, to contact David and have him join our meeting? Our meeting will, unfortunately for us, be lasting probably a few more hours. Could he join the Zoom meeting and we can take this up tonight yet?
I can definitely make a call right now, see if he's available.
That would be great. So, Mr. Chair, then if it's acceptable to the committee, I would move to place this item on the table as well.
I'm in a meeting another.
We've got a motion to table item 31, second from Mr. Fletcher. Any discussion? Any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 32 is tabled. On to item 33, change of licensed premises for North and South Seafood and Smokehouse and Mineral Point. It is a motion to expand the giant dining room premises. Mr. Verbeek, do we have a registrant for this item?
We do. Keith Stows is registered as in support. Not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions.
Okay. Keith, can you please tell us about your proposed plans?
Chair, I do not see a Keith Stows. Oh, there he is. He's on the phone. Sorry. Keith, *6 to unmute. Keith, there you go.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Keith.
This is Keith.
Yeah. Can you please tell us about your proposed plans for North and South Seafood and Smokehouse?
So we'd like to extend our liquor license to the vacant property next to us and expand social distance, increase the capacity of our restaurant.
All right. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Anyone? Captain Donahue or Lieutenant Sanders, does MPD, oh, I'm sorry, Alder Carter.
Thank you. Keith, the vacant lot next to you, is that a property that you own?
No, it's owned by a management company. We lease the space.
Okay. So the management company owns the vacant lot and they've given you permission to use it?
Yeah, it's not a lot. It's a vacant space inside the building.
Oh, okay, got it. Thank you.
We're not outside. We're inside.
You're inside. Okay.
Yeah.
One of those fancy new inside restaurants.
Thank you very much, Keith.
You're welcome.
All right, committee. What other questions do you have for the applicant? Whoever has some background noise, could you mute yourself? Okay. Keith, do you already have a lease on that space?
We do have a lease, yes.
Will it, how physically, how will you extend into that? Is there a door in between the spaces?
There is a door, yes.
Well, committee, what is your pleasure? Alder Carter. You're muted.
I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion to approve from Alder Carter, second from Alder Miadzi. Any discussion? Any dissent? Hearing none, motion passes. That brings us to item 25, a change of licensed premises for Hong Kong Cafe. Do we have a registrant for this item?
We do. Terry Leong is in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions.
Well, we'd like him to speak. So, Terry, can you please tell us about your proposed plan?
Okay, my name is Terry Leong. My family and running the Hong Kong Cafe around 30 years. And this year, our 30 years anniversary. Today I come to the committee, try to looking for our beer garden, increase the capacity from 738 to 888. Why doing?
Terry?
Yes.
Hang on for a second. What's your role with the corporation?
I'm one of the officer, and also I'm the liquor license holder.
Okay, cool. So Terry is the name you go by. I apologize for the interruption. Carry on.
Oh, okay. And try to increase the capacity from 738 to 888. Why I'm choosing this number? Because 8 means fortune in our culture. And also, during the football game, I have a lot of customers. They asking me can I turn up the volume? Therefore, today I also want to apply for a sound permit and try to, make customer during the game, they can hear what's going on. But everything, I just try to tell everybody, I try to follow the rule, follow the regulation.
Excellent. Thank you, Terry. I see that Alder Evers has joined us. Alder Evers, do you have any questions for the applicant?
No questions for the applicant. When is the appropriate time? I would like to speak on behalf of this application.
By all means. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. Hi, Terry. Could you share with the committee what your experiences have been operating the Football Saturday Beer Garden prior to the pandemic?
I have my beer garden license. I think my memory is right since 2005. That means we've been running this garden for over a decade.
And have you had any problems from your perspective? Have the police, for example, ever been called because of any disturbances within your patio?
I believe I have no problem with the police. And I believe from the police record, they have a better picture to tell everybody my record is so clear and clean.
And I see in our packets that the committee received for our meeting tonight that your attorney submitted financial records. Did you want to briefly explain those to us?
Now, one of the statement is now for 2017 and 2018. Those 2 years, my beer garden, the capacity is still around 318, something like that. And then until 2019, somehow I have a chance by the house next door. And then I expand my beer garden to 738, about 2 times. Today, I want to show you my food and beer, the ratio. You can see 2019, my food talking about almost 90%, and the bar is 10%. Going up about 3 or 4% from 2017 and 2018, even though my capacity is double the amount.
Thank you. And I see we have letters from the former alder of the district, Andy Height, and from the police captain of the Midtown district, Jason Friedman. I don't see anything from the Greenbush Neighborhood Association. Have you met with the Neighborhood Association about this most recent application?
I talked to John Perkins. I think I already got their support, as well as the elder, Ted Ever. Mr. Ever also give me some good support.
Yes, and as you probably heard, the alder of the district has generously been with us all night, wishing to speak on this item at the appropriate time. So we'll hear from the alder person probably in a few minutes. But you said you have spoken with the Greenbush Neighborhood Association, with President Perkins, and they are in support?
Yes, I got an email from John Perkins.
Yes.
Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Let me find my record. Okay, I got an email from John Perkins on July 2nd, 2021. See below from the Greenbush Neighborhood Association. Look like you have their blessing, in which case you have mine as well. This is from the best wish from Ted, Alderman Ted Evers.
Okay, thank you for sharing all that, and obviously we'll be hearing from the alder person that represents your location momentarily.
Any further questions, Alder Purview?
Those are all the questions I have for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Reese.
Hello. Big fan of Hong Kong Cafe, not a big fan of downtown on Badger Gate Day. But I was wondering if, just to clarify, so the 738 capacity, you've been running that since 2019?
Yes.
So 2 years at that capacity?
Yes.
Okay. And no issues compared to the half? When you doubled your capacity, did you have any new issues come up, or you just hired more people?
No. When you see Andy Heights, the statement, my beer garden mainly focus us, food and drink. And you can tell I think I'm the only beer garden. My food menu is longer than other people.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reese. Any further questions for the applicant? Alder Carter.
Thank you. Terry, when you purchased the house next door, is that part of the reason why you want to increase it by 150?
Pardon me, can you say it one more time?
I said when I believe that you purchased the house next door or property next door.
Yes.
Is that why you want to increase the capacity by 150?
Okay. When I purchased the houses next door, actually, the main purpose is for me to have a parking lot for my customer.
Oh, okay.
This time, I try to increase, for 150 people more is, Terry is kind of superstitious. In our culture, 8 means fortune to us. And also, if one day you guys grant me the application 888, this is what I'm looking for. I won't change that.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Alder Mianzi.
I'm just wondering, what is the capacity of what the building can have total? I didn't see that anywhere.
Okay. At the beginning, after we did the job, our capacity supposed to can go up to 938. And we are the only beer garden with table and chair. If somehow we get rid of those table and chair, we can go up to around 1,200 capacity. But then I just let you know, I will keep all the table and chair in my beer garden.
Alder Mianzi, were you asking about the indoor capacity?
Yes.
So every time other than Camp Randall events, the indoor capacity for Hong Kong Cafe is 150 and the outdoor capacity is 64.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. So, Terry, do you realize that if you come back for another capacity increase, if we approve this and you come back for another increase, we're going to have to raise it to 944?
I put it this way. X means so lucky for me. I will keep that. Just I leave it like that. My driver license plate is 28888.
Nice. Captain Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love the idea of the 888. I do have a couple of questions about it and just want to bring attention to the email that Captain Friedman sent in. How many, I think 2020, there wouldn't have been any football games where you had a beer garden. Is that correct?
No, we didn't open.
And then in 2019, do you recall or have a best guess of how many Badger football games you were open for that had that increased capacity?
Say one more time.
In 2019, do you recall when your capacity for the beer garden was bumped up to the 700 and some?
From my record, we have no game reached for that capacity.
In 2019, were you? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear your answer. Were you open for any Badger football games in 2019 with that increased capacity of 738?
I put it this way. 2019, all these games, my capacity haven't reached 738.
But you were approved to have 738 in 2019?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's it for questions for the applicant. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Captain Donahue. What other questions do people have for the applicant? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I did think of one last question, and that relates to your request, Terry, to remove the no amplification condition on your license. So just want to confirm, is that indeed correct understanding that I see in your request, you talk about television sets during Badger games and so forth, but in essence, since you also want to have music, you would prefer that we strike the no amplification condition on the license. Is that correct?
One more time. Can you say it one more time?
Yeah, yes. Do you wish to have amplification outdoors as part of this request?
No, I put it this way. For the music, I'm just turn on the radio for have some background music.
Right. So there's a condition on your license that states no amplification. So it seems to me that we would simply strike that. That's what you wish us to do, is to remove the condition that says no amplification.
Yes.
Yep. And very good. And just back to the Greenbush Neighborhood Association for a moment. The alderperson was kind enough to forward me the note from the Neighborhood Association, and I don't know, maybe the alder should just read it instead of me reading it. So I was going to say I have it here, and perhaps Alderperson Evers will read it to us as part of his testimony. Otherwise, I can do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Any further questions for the applicant? All right, we can move on to discussion. Alder Evers, would you like to go first?
Yes, thank you, Chair Donnelly. I appreciate it. I encourage you to support this longstanding community business in the Greenbush neighborhood. And I will read the email that was sent to Terry and copied to me back earlier this month. Hello all, I have observed this that is a wrong email, pardon me. We floated this to our development committee and neighborhood council over the last couple of weeks, provided MPD and MFD raised no objections about the proposal. All were in agreement. There were no objections to the capacity increase or the amplified sound permit. Please keep us advised whether this will be going to Plan Commission or handled by city staff. We'd be willing to submit something to include in the file for Plan Commission review if it proceeds via that route. And I believe the reason why John made reference to the Plan Commission is that it was in 2019 when the Plan Commission did get involved. And that is when the adjacent house was demolished and the expansion of the parking lot was approved. And it was at that time that Plan Commission set the maximum capacity at 938. And this was established through the fire department. It got taken down an additional 20 persons because the Hong Kong Cafe requested the approval of a tent area for a radio station, which consumed space equivalent to about 20 persons of capacity. So 918, to answer perhaps what Alder Miatse was trying to get is the approved plan commission capacity the legal capacity, and it's more than the requested 888. And I have an email from Matt Tucker saying that planning and zoning is fine with this alteration. Now, from my perspective as the alder for the district, I'm fine for a couple of different reasons. But one is that Hong Kong Cafe has been a stellar operator in the community. They support many community organizations. They are the farthest beer garden on Regent Street, and they cater to an older crowd. And I understand Midtown District Captain Friedman's concerns about an increased freshman class and the potential negative impact that beer garden capacity increases can have upon a student population that is not drinking responsibly. But that is not the core business for Hong Kong Cafe and has never been. I would also ask that you would approve the amplification that allows them to broadcast the games and radio music. I would suggest that perhaps a limitation could be placed on night games so that music would not be blaring into the neighborhood, past 9 o'clock or something like that. I would leave it up to you to determine. But again, this is a responsible operator who, for reasons pertinent to his own culture, is asking for this increase to 888. It's not clear that this is based on a demand situation that he's going to actually have 888 customers at any one time. But again, I asked you to approve this as a good faith gesture to a responsible business in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Alder Evers. Alder Mianzi.
I move a motion for approval.
Is there a second? Second from Alder Carter. Would you like to speak to this motion, Alder Mianzi?
Based on the great testimony that Alder Evers gave, I think, and all the good work that, the great things that the place does, I think it speaks for itself. It speaks volumes. The only thing that I'm concerned about is the last thing as far as the time, as far as the 9 o'clock issue. So I don't know if we should put, I'm definitely want to support this, but definitely the time, if we want to put a condition on the time, that'll be something that I'll leave it for everybody else, but I am in support of this.
So this isn't just a simple approved license or down, it's a change to the conditions. So the current conditions on the license, I will put up on the screen. So obviously changing the capacity is easy. Other than that, what change do you want to make as part of your motion to the conditions on this license?
During Randall events only.
So I think you were muted for the first part of that.
All the changes that we're approving on this application.
So after, if we vote in approval of your motion, what will the conditions be afterward? Like, are you talking about striking condition 1 entirely, or making a change to it, or what?
Striking it entirely.
Okay. And Alder Carter, who seconded it, are you still on board with that?
Yes, that's fine.
Excellent. Thank you, Alders Miadzi and Carter. Alder Verveer and then Captain Donahue.
Thank you. With the committee's indulgence, could I ask the applicant one additional question, please?
Please.
Thank you. So, Terry, are you still there?
Yes.
Great. You heard Alderperson Evers suggest that we have a condition for the perhaps one night game that the UW might have per season. And so would you have any objection to amending the condition by saying that no outdoor amplification is permitted past 9:00 p.m.?
That's okay. I follow the rule, okay? Don't.
Yeah, I figured
it's good.
You're comfortable with that as a good neighbor.
Yes.
I figured you would be. Thank you. So with that said, could the maker and seconder of the motion consider as friendly that the motion be to certainly increase the beer garden capacity to the Good Luck 888 number, but then amend the existing condition relating to no amplification to instead read no outdoor amplification is permitted after 9:00 p.m.
Alder Miadzi and Alder Carter, are you comfortable with the change that Alder Verveer has proposed? I have a thumbs up from Alder Carter. Alder Miadzi?
Yes, I definitely.
Excellent. Thank you, Alder Verveer.
Could I just say one more thing? And well, maybe I should allow Captain Donahue to speak. I did want to say a word or two on the motion. Would you prefer to speak first, Captain Donahue, or no? Okay, thank you. I'll just quickly say that for my newer colleagues to the committee that weren't here the last time this applicant was before us a couple of years ago relating to the parking lot creation and then the expansion of the beer garden on football Saturdays. The reality is that Terry asked for this Good Luck 888 number at the time. Captain Friedman again expressed concerns to us as the commander of the district at the time. And so we compromised down to the number that he has today to allow him, as I recall it, to see how he operates under the increased capacity. By all accounts, obviously he has a spotless, flawless record and is a good neighbor. I will say anecdotally that I share Alderperson Evers' observations about the beer garden operation. It is, I think, without any doubt, the most sedate, calm, and with a clientele of an older demographic than any of the other beer gardens closer to the stadium. And obviously the Terry and his family have done an excellent job and have been good neighbors for many decades. So I have absolutely no concern with the proposal here, and certainly would support this condition as generously amended by the makers of the motion, and support the overall motion without any reservation. And certainly, Terry, hope that you have your continued good luck and success that you think this magic number will bring you. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Captain Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo what everyone has said. Obviously, Hong Kong Cafe has a long-standing business that is responsible and responsive to the community. Out of deference to Captain Friedman, I just want to share quickly the email that he sent in. Alder Evers mentioned some of it, but I'll read it in its entirety. It's relatively short. I appreciate the support for this expansion, and I know the ownership is responsible and has a long commitment to the neighborhood. However, having a beer garden of this size in the 700s or 800s represents a significant increase in the number of people and density consuming alcohol in the area. At best, this has a neutral impact on the area, but the potential for negative issues is real. I have recently been advised that UW-Madison is going to see the largest freshman class ever. and will be experiencing a post-COVID UW football season, and it is unknown if this fall will look like previous seasons. If this location generates problems, despite the efforts of the ownership, who I know will be conscientious, it is going to be another strain on MPD. I don't have anything further. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Captain Donahue. Any further discussion of the motion to grant with conditions? I'll just put it up on the screen one last time. Is there any dissent? All right, hearing none. Motion to grant with conditions carries. Congratulations, Terry. Jim, I'll email you the wording.
Thank you, committee.
Thanks for joining us, Alder. All right, next item is 26, change of licensed premises for Metcalf's Market on Mineral Point to add parking spots for curbside sales. Also item 27, Metcalf's Market on Midvale to add a curbside spot on the circle.
If I could, Mr. Chair, we might want to check with Assistant City Attorney Briss to see if he's ready to go back to 21. He might be has revised that, and this sort of talks about the same issue with the click and collect. And so I feel like if he's ready on to speak on that ordinance, if we could maybe go back.
We could. I mean, these Metcalf's Market is that a Class A?
Class A.
It is a Class A.
So I think this is more well-trodden territory.
Okay.
But I will leave it to the committee. If anyone would like to make a motion to take up any of the items we've put on the table, you are welcome to do so. Otherwise, we will carry on as we have been.
I think you can proceed on the A licenses without worrying about the situation that we had with the restaurants.
Excellent. Thank you, Assistant City Attorney Brist. Okay, so that brings us to items 26 and 27. Do we have someone here to, I see we've got Kevin Metcalf, the agent for the business. Kevin, can you tell us what you would like to do, please?
Yes. Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, great. So this is what you've seen probably come across the committee before regarding click and collect. We have not gotten to this point yet and feel that we're at a good juncture where we can add this to our service of click and collect or pickup at Metcalf's. So what we're looking to do is add basically the outdoor premise where we have established pickup spots that are well marked and indicate an area that customers can park, call a number, and that we would bring out their groceries to their particular vehicle and spot. What we'd like to do is add the ability to not only buy groceries, but to add liquor to their order. We have an established platform that allows us to do that. It requires that an individual registering would have to put in their birth date upon even putting something in their basket. So when they first register for an account, it also will, in addition to that, verify their birth date when they actually place an item and put it in their cart. It has a place within the platform that will. That's someone's going to ask a question. Place within the platform that will require us to actually click a box that we actually checked the ID of the individual that ordered the item, and that they must be present. It does indicate on an email that goes out to them that they must bring their ID. Upon our employees clicking that button and verifying that they have indeed checked the ID, then it would complete the transaction. If the ID is not present, or if and it's not the same individual that ordered, we would click decline, and then it would actually remove the liquor item from the order and complete the transaction. And then we would just bring the liquor back into the store. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that might be pertinent for that. We also have a labeling procedure as well. So we have an alcohol sticker that we will be placing on orders just to have some redundancy in the procedure that we indeed will know that the items, particularly on that order, the order pickup sheet, as well as the bag that contains the liquor, will have an actual black label that will be placed on the items to help identify those items within the cart. So this will happen for our Metcalfe's grocery store, as well as at Hilldale, as well as at our Westtown location. And
thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I may just add that we do have this approved in our Wauwatosa store with those same procedures in place.
Excellent. Mr. Fletcher, then Alder Verveer.
Evan, have you, you mentioned this was approved at the Wauwatosa store. Have you begun to implement this procedure yet? And have you, I guess, learned any lessons from that, or from, again, as indicated earlier, this is not new territory now for this committee in Madison from some of the other grocery stores that have had this in place?
Yeah, it's been implemented. We have not had any issues. And I'm going to just say it's been, we just received approval from Wauwatosa. So, we are new to this. I'm not going to tell you that we've been doing this for months. To date right now, it's been a non-issue.
And maybe let me ask a consideration specific to the Hilldale store. Just with that kind of tight turnaround pickup space that is at the Hilldale location that you're looking to extend the licensed premise to, potentially there. I mean, are there, I don't know how to ask this in any way, like, are there challenges that are unique to using that particular location for this sort of purpose, as opposed to the traditional like stall kind of further back in a parking lot, maybe?
I think it is. It's more convenient for our customer, for our employees. We have only 4 stalls there, so I would say that honestly, just for regular pickup, it can get congested when a customer wants to just have a regular pickup order. Not pickup, but where they come into the circle and we just bring their groceries out to them. But only having 4 stalls, that's part of our landlord. I haven't gone further to our landlord to say, hey, I'd like to have 8 stalls and can I put them out into the parking lot? When we originally asked for pickup area, they more or less put a more, their approach was to add pickup stalls throughout the entire drive in between the businesses, and allowed us to have 4. We kind of lobbied them to make those 4 pickup stalls only for Metcalfe's, because Pasquale's and other businesses were kind of infringing on them a little bit. So I guess to answer your question shortly now is that it's tight. 4 is a small amount of spaces. That's what I indicated, because that's what we currently have. I know in Wauwatosa they actually approved the entire parking lot for us because of the possibility that the stalls may move and things like that. But and I don't know how this committee feels about that, but that is one thing that may cure this, because we may find that we do need more stalls for pickup. But currently with the business right now, it's working.
Yeah, I guess my only curiosity would be if I'd have to kind of think about the workflow that you mentioned and that it's typically been presented. But if the verification sort of process, does that add any time to the pickup?
It would. It would require us, where we typically don't have an iPad that we're placing the orders with. Currently, we have a system where it's a paper order form that is printed, and in the area where the person would call, we'd grab the pickup slip, grab the order, and carry that out. The one additional thing that we'll have to do now is bring an actual iPad out for verification, and then be able to select that button as we're verifying that item. So yes, there would be a slight delay in pickup.
And maybe let me ask one last question, Kevin, and then I'll yield to my colleagues. That turning circle, does that serve any other emergency services purpose at all? Off the top of my head, I'm guessing not, given that it's been pre-approved for pickup already. But I guess I just wanted to double check.
It doesn't, to my knowledge. The actual area to the north of the store, before the circle, is actually designated fire lane. Right there, actually where the deep blue line is, it seems like. So you can see where the curb line kind of ducks in a little bit and then comes back out just before the roundabout or before the circle. That's the area that has fire lane, no parking fire lane.
Okay, so it's a single purpose turning circle for pickup. There's no other real uses for that circle otherwise.
There is not. I mean, we do have customers that drop customers off that have limited access and don't want to walk, but that's very short. We police that pretty well regarding people just kind of parking in there and waiting for shoppers to come out, just due to the fact that it can get adjusted at certain times. But that is our sole purpose, that no one else uses that roundabout but Metcalfe's.
Okay, thank you so much, Kevin.
You bet.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. Kevin, thanks for your patience with our long meeting here tonight. Sure. I presume that you heard the earlier discussion with the applicant from Chili's regarding these click and collect service and our own Madison ordinance.
I did, yep. And I'm familiar with the ordinance. I see that the parameters that are set regarding 4-hour limitations between pickups as well as anything after 2 o'clock are kind of the two, what I focused in on in terms of programming. So we're aware of those.
Great. Well, you read my mind. My main question of you is, are you familiar with our 2018 ordinance? And you clearly are. You probably are also aware that the Wisconsin Grocers Association is supporting some pending legislation that would nullify our ordinance and similar ordinances around the state. But with that notwithstanding, is Metcalfe's generally comfortable with the existing ordinance, or do you find any of it overly burdensome, if I could ask that?
We haven't really had much discussion around it. I mean, I would say that, I'm not sure the exact intent. I guess I can read into why, you want a 4-hour delay between ordering and actual pickup. I find that burdensome on our end because I don't believe the intent is to grab alcohol as quick as possible. It's more of, I want to place an order, and we typically have a 2-hour window where people can place an order and pick up their order. So obviously we're going to comply and we're happy to do so. My preference would be that customers are able to order and get their, their salmon and their bottle of wine, within 2 hours. But, we're willing to obviously comply because that's the rules. I think being able to order after 2 p.m. and not be able to pick up until the next day, again, I think is a little bit of a, I don't know. I guess that, we'd prefer that not to be there as well. But again, I'm sure there's reasons behind these ordinances, and I'm not going to pretend to know them. So at this point, we've got those rules in place, and that's, until further notice, that's what we'll do.
Yeah, I appreciate that. This was really very briefly just say that this was a product of compromise.
Yeah,
it was extensive input from our own police department at the time, but also from the Wisconsin Alcohol Policy Project at the UW Law School, which was arguing very much that we have very tight regulations and was promoting model legislation throughout the state. Roundy's was the first that came to us and asked permission to do this. We put them on hold while we developed legislation. Mayor Soglin then vetoed the legislation. The council overrode his veto. It is quite a history, but with all that said, it's been obviously 3 years or so. And so, it might very well be time to revisit it. And when we get back to Benvenuto's tonight, they probably won't even want to use this service because of our existing ordinance, but we'll see. But anyway, so I really do appreciate your input. I presume that the other aspects of the ordinance are not burdensome really, and it's those time parameters that were put in there that are the concern. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be correct. I mean, we're following, you know, the our liquor rules to begin with. I mean, obviously, so. I did notice the other one, which I don't think should be an issue, but if an individual is not driving, even though the individual on the order is 21, the driver of the car has to be 21. And again, that's just one I picked up on. I don't think we'll ever run into that, but you know, that was just another one that I found interesting.
Yeah, I appreciate all that. Yeah, thank you. Obviously, underage drinking and OWI,
absolutely,
where the concern as this was drafted.
Yeah, I'm just happy there's an opportunity. So thank you.
Absolutely, it's about time our locally owned supermarkets get in on the act that the Nationals have been doing for a while here. So thanks very much.
I appreciate
it, and good luck with the expansion of your offerings.
Thank you.
Right, thank you, Alder Revere. What other questions do people have for the applicant? I have a question for Assistant City Attorney Brist, and then I'll follow up to that for the applicant. So, Steve, when one of the things that we look at when someone applies to extend their premises is that they have full legal control over the space into which they're expanding. So earlier, I know you know this is for explanation for everybody else here. So like earlier tonight, when we had an applicant who wanted to expand their restaurant into the additional space next door, we confirmed that they have a lease. So does the same thing apply for parking stall delivery spots?
Well, I think control of the parking stall delivery spot is required to extend the licensed premise. So if there's a shopping mall, for example, they may very well designate certain spaces to be assigned to a particular business. But I'm not sure I'm answering your question.
You are. Thank you. So, Kevin, that turnaround circle where you're going to have the spots, is that included in Metcalf's lease with the Hilldale Mall?
It's not designated. No, I mean it's obviously we as a tenant want full use of the parking lot. So there was probably verbiage in there that is addressing that. I mean, the only thing I can tell you, and it's not in writing, but other than on the signs, it's in writing because it has my phone number on it. So, those stalls are designated specifically for Metcalf's. It specifically has my phone number on there. But I'm not aware of, and I actually, have commercial property. I'm not aware of an actual commercial lease that would actually identify as part of the premise parking stalls.
Well, premise for the purposes of a liquor license is a concept of where the applicant may sell or close a sale. So it sounds like those are designated for Metcalf's. It would be helpful if we had some kind of support for that. But it does sound like that is something that is designated for Metcalf's by the mall. But again, it would be helpful if we had a clear authority that Metcalf's was able to, from the landlord, that Metcalf's was able to deliver and include that in their licensed premise.
Kevin, is that something that you would be able to do sometime between now and the next Common Council meeting where they would vote on this if it is approved?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I completely understand it. So, yeah, that's certainly reasonable. We are dealing with a very large corporation, and I will do my darndest to make sure that that they put something together. I assume that's just in letter form, Steve?
If it's signed by the officer of the corporation, that would be fine, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's...
There are at least two reasons behind that. One is we wouldn't be able to let somebody else with a nearby business have that be as an outdoor spot for them because it's already one for you, but we can't just adjudicate who gets it. It has to be something formal with whoever owns that space. The other is that if a space is part of your licensed premises, it is part of your licensed premises whether or not you are currently making a sale in that spot, which means hypothetically, I mean, this isn't the sort of thing you generally worry about with a grocery store, but if there were someone drinking there in a problematic way, they are doing that in your space and it's your responsibility to deal with them. Mm-hmm. And so if it isn't actually your space that you control, where, for example, you could tell someone you're not allowed to be here, you have to go, that could be a problem.
Yeah.
Hopefully this is all completely moot because I don't know, I've been to the Hilldale Mall and I've never seen anybody drinking in the parking lot. But
So if I can just get it, and maybe this is just for a later time when you make the motion, that I'll know specifically what you're asking for, but I would be shocked if the landlord actually added that parking, that circle area to my premise. I will say that I feel very confident that I would get some form of letter that states I have, that they're approving that I will be able to do, liquor pickup, and then perhaps you want something in there that, they will not allow, others, but
if they've got something in writing that's granting you exclusive use of that space,
okay,
I think that's going to do it.
All right, cool. I can do that.
Steve, feel free to weigh in. Any further, Steve or Assistant City?
No, I don't have anything to add. I think that kind of a letter would be sufficient if we can get something formal that they're not going to license more than one spot to more than one person, or designate more than one spot to one person, so that it's an exclusive control issue between licensees.
Cool. Thank you. Any further questions for the applicant? Hearing none, any discussion? Committee, what is your pleasure? Alder Revere.
Thank you. I move to grant agenda items 26 and 27.
All right, we have a motion from Alder Revere, second from Dr. Reese. Any discussion? Any dissent? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, so congratulations, Kevin. That is items 26 and 27. That brings us to item Alder Revere.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I see that the liquor agent for Benvenuto's is now with us in the meeting. So I would move to take from the table agenda item 23.
Is there a second? Second from Alder Miadzi. Any discussion? Any dissent? Motion carries. Item 23 is back before us. All right, so who have we got? Jim.
Well, it's David.
There's no one.
Van, if I might be mispronouncing the name.
No, that is accurate. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you for your time tonight. Sorry I wasn't with you earlier.
Not a problem. So are you the agent for Benvenuto's?
I am.
Excellent. Can you tell us what you would like to do?
We are looking to expand the outdoor seating, the license capacity to 32 additional patrons and to serve alcohol out in the area. We were drawing up plans and we have permit for outdoor seating, obviously from a competitive standpoint in the marketplace. We just think it's a good offering, both for our hotel guests that it's attached to the Holiday Inn, and it's away from the roadway. It's in the actual back parking area of the building. So it's a quaint setting, and we think it can work really well for what we're hoping to do there.
Excellent. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Alder Carter.
Dave, at that location, don't you have a patio already?
We outside of the hotel, we have a patio. We don't have a patio outside of Benvenuto's, but in front of the hotel entrance, there's an outdoor patio there.
Okay, that belongs to the hotel. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Alder Carter. What other questions do people have? Any discussion? Assistant City Attorney Brest.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify something. Looking at the agenda, it says that the inside capacity is 10 and that the outside capacity will be 32. I think that the inside capacity is something like 161 according to building inspection. So I just want to make sure that when we do this, we're only worrying about the outside capacity and making the correct motion for that situation. So I don't want to accident reduce the inside capacity.
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay. And Dave, as part of this application, is your intent to make any change to anything inside?
No.
Okay, so just whatever motion we make, if someone is making a motion in support of this, need make no mention of indoor capacity, and then we don't risk breaking anything. All right, what other questions do people have? Discussion, motions? Dr. Reese.
I move to grant.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Second from Alder Carter. Any discussion of the motion to grant the change of licensed premises for Benvenuto's? Seeing no discussion, is there any dissent? No dissent, motion carries. And so the application in item 23 is granted. And Jim, can you just make a note associated with that the motion didn't say anything about anything indoor? Excellent. Thank you. All right. That brings us to item 28, change of licensed premises for Chief's Tavern. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to remove from the table the two applications related to Chili's, agenda items 21 and 22, as we are, very recently discussed the click and collect ordinance, and I'm sure Attorney Brist is now prepared to answer any questions on it.
By all means. Is there a second? Second from Mr. Fletcher. Any discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We have taken up items 21 and 22 again. Committee, what's your pleasure? Alder Verveer.
Thanks. So where we left off, Attorney Brist, was we were inquiring of you if your opinion was, as it would relate to a customer appearing at a restaurant that would be have their outdoor premise to include designated parking stalls for the purchase of food. If the customer remains in the motor vehicle and asks to order adult beverage, would that be permitted And then specifically, I guess I'd refer you to that 4-hour waiting period.
Yes, I did review 38.07 sub 4, and our ordinance was drafted and contemplated prior to the state taking their actions on drinks being sold in tamper-resistant seals. I think it places additional requirements upon the licensed establishment, as you said, to require such things as waiting until tomorrow if the sale takes place at a certain time of day, a 4-hour wait, that if the 2 p.m. cutoff for waiting until tomorrow. I also would mention that the ordinance requires a detailed operation plan from the applicant. And I don't think we have a detailed operation plan at this point from the applicant. We have an application to extend their premises. But I did, in my review of the two applications, I think they probably need to be supplemented by a detailed operations plan. So I think that the description of that the licensee described and the question you asked about somebody driving up and saying, "Oh, and I want to get a cocktail as well," is not going to work under Madison's current ordinance.
Thank you, Steve. Would you further opine that the two pending applications for Class B, an existing Class B license holder, would apply to them in this situation? So, of course, when Assistant City Attorney Zillaby drafted this at my request several years ago now, we had anticipated Class A's being the only ones interested and involved. As the ordinance is enacted and codified, does it apply to all classes of licenses?
In my opinion, yes, it does apply to both Class A, Class B, Class C. It applies to everybody. So I think we need a detailed plan to supplement the applications that they've made. But I think that these restrictions are applicable to a Class B establishment. I mean, we might have contemplated before the state changed their statutes that our ordinance would allow a Class B who had the right to sell, off sale, and they could set up this type of system. And I don't see anything that would prohibit that from sealed in the original container type sales. But I don't know that we're going to be able to say that the restrictions in this ordinance do not apply to the sale of by the glass as contemplated in the current law, state law.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chair, I did want to ask then the applicant, Mr. Miller, a question or two with all that now from our legal counsel, but I see that Mr. Verbeck is seeking recognition, so perhaps we should recognize him before I ask the applicant further question.
Mr. Verbeck, and then back to Alder Verbeck.
Hi, Steve. I just wanted to ask, does the ordinance apply only to ordering online, or would it also encompass ordering over the phone as well?
Well, I would probably take an online, broad definition of online to include a phone. Since phones are electronic devices that connect to the internet and also connect to each other. So the ordinance seems to say that it only applies to online purchases, which would be, some people might say it's just internet purchases. But we would still face the issue of whether it was appropriate for the city to extend the premises to cover a Class B to sell in these situations. So I think there's a case that, we can make the argument that online includes the phone. But I still think we have a discretionary decision that needs to be made about whether or not we extend the premises of a particular establishment.
Given that we do not have a detailed plan for how they would do this, would this be something that would be appropriate to vote on tonight?
I think it would be appropriate to put this off and give the applicant a chance to supplement their application and to review the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Committee, bearing in mind what Assistant City Attorney Brist just shared with us, what is your pleasure? Mr. Fletcher.
I would move to refer this until our next regularly scheduled meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alder Carter. Any discussion of Mr. Fletcher's motion? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. As I said, I do have a question or two for the applicant. I don't have any problem with referring this because we obviously, barring any information from the applicant, he apparently wasn't aware of the need for supplemental material. So that actually is my, I think, only question of you, Mr. Miller, if you're still with us, and I think you are. As to whether or not you number one did supply any additional material, and we just don't have a receipt of it, and then number two, do you understand what you need to work with moving forward, and then if the motion is successful, you would be back before us at our meeting next month.
To my knowledge, we have not submitted any additional material. We can definitely submit a detailed plan. My only question, we've made mention of the online ordering and the phone ordering. How does in-person ordering for a to-go alcoholic beverage fit into the equation?
That is probably something where you'll want to consult with your own attorneys and have them review the ordinances. Assistant City Attorney Brist is our counsel, and he's been generous enough to give some opinions on this.
Very good. Thank you very much.
By all means. Any further questions or discussion?
Thank you.
All right, we've got a motion and a second to refer to the next regularly scheduled meeting of the ALRC. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Items 21 and 22 are referred until next month. That brings us to item 28, change of licensed premises for Chief's Tavern. Mr. Verbeek, do we have a registrant for this item?
We do. We have a few, actually. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 people registered, all in support, some wishing not to speak, and some wishing not to speak but available to answer questions.
Okay, and I see we've got Brian Mason, the agent. So Brian, can you please tell us what you'd like to do?
Yes, through the COVID situation, obviously we had to put our patio out front. And I'll back up a little bit. When I first opened the bar, Chief's Tavern, 10 years ago, I investigated the outside premise type thing. And, it was a little premature for me at that time fiscally and what I wanted to do. But I did talk to the city about what was needed with greenery and things of that nature and a surrounding, entrance in and out of the bar for our patio. So when we built the patio for the COVID situation, I kept that in mind. And so we've put a lot into it, and it's been well responded by the neighborhood, and there's been benefits from it based on, we didn't realize, we were able to, the back side of our building is a residential area. The front side of our building is a busy street, Cosgrove Road. And I moved the people that would gather to maybe enjoy a cigarette or something out front. And it really changed everything. And it's really been a blessing for us. Something that, obviously COVID was a struggle, with something that we discovered that is a better situation for us. So, based on all that, we just want to make it a permanent thing and just keep moving forward and let people enjoy it as it is.
Thank you, Brian. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Committee, what is your pleasure? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. So, Brian, you're saying that you had a streetery approval granted by this committee previously.
Yes. Yes.
When was that? I apologize. I don't remember when you were last before us.
I'm sorry. I have my partner here who's spearheaded a lot of this for me.
Why don't I do this, Mr. Verbeek?
Well, we just now, there was confusion and we just got it approved through the streetery. Unfortunately, we thought we were approved before with that, but it's been approved through the streetery. But we did run through the COVID, I'll be honest with you, but we didn't know, we weren't trying to do anything, malicious. We were just trying to keep our business alive. And we did that and we thank you for that. But, I don't know if anyone's been by Chief's Tavern on Cottage Grove Road and see what we've done. We have a very, it looks great out there for the street. I know Cottage Grove Road has been on upticks. And when I came here 10 years ago, it didn't look like this. And we like to think that we were the driving force of this stretch. And it looks great and people love it. And basically that's where we're at right now.
So you're saying that to survive, and I totally get it, you went ahead and had customers drinking outside, and you allowed.
Well, what I said was we thought we were approved. We've already been. We thought we were approved. We had no knowledge that we were not. Very confusing during that time when you got. Right, and when we got a letter from the streetery that there was an issue with that, we stopped immediately, and we rectified it with them, and they were totally great about that. We met all the parameters that they were looking for, and they've granted us back again. So, but even with that, the streetery, we just want to have it be permanent because I know the neighborhood really enjoys it.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying to be helpful. I don't mean to sound accusatory or anything or play gotcha here. I was just confused because the way streetery works, Brian, is that you're approved by staff at one level, the planning level, if you will, zoning. And then if you have an alcohol license, you go through Mr. Verbeek in the city clerk's office. You obviously were not aware of that and you never did that. So tonight you're asking not for temporary streetery approval, we're kind of skipping that process, and you're asking for permanent approval for a permanent expansion of your licensed premise, correct?
Yes, indeed. And I'm not looking for additional capacity. I don't care about that. Doesn't matter. I'd rather have people with the COVID and everything. I'd like to think that we can have people outside and enjoy the outside space that we spend a great deal of money on. It's quite a lovely space. And just kind of have people spread out, as we know that that's an asset to, especially still now with things that are going on. And so we think that's an asset for our space. I'm not looking for one extra capacity at all. So
no, I get that.
To go back, it was confusion. We thought we were
Brian, please confine yourself to answering the questions from the committee members.
I'm sorry. I thought I was. I apologize.
No apology necessary, but I appreciate that, and I appreciate the mea culpa, if you will. I'm not trying to, again, get you in trouble or anything for serving alcohol outside before coming to us during COVID. I understand the confusion. So I now understand what you were saying, and I get where we're at. You want to have the permanent gazebos and the 4 tables out there permanently. So let me ask you this: have you started the process of receiving the zoning approval to do this on private property?
Yes, we have, and we have been approved. Yep.
Did you go to the Madison Plan Commission and have a meeting on Zoom before the Plan Commission?
We had sent in our plans and they had approved it.
We sent in our plan. Tim and Trent approved it. We ran through them. Yes. We sent in our plans. We sent our plans back then, but we thought it was through and we just misunderstood. You know, it was a hectic time, you know, trying to keep our place going.
So you were approved by the planning department, of which zoning is a part, for streetery, is what you're saying, correct?
Correct.
Yes. So for a permanent patio, once we get out of this awful pandemic, streetery is scheduled to expire in April 14th of next year. Okay. So once we get out of COVID and streetery, for the permanent year-round approval of this moving forward, you need a conditional use permit from the Madison Plan Commission. So I don't want you to, you know, get in trouble and not having done everything correctly. And I appreciate that this is a bureaucracy you're dealing with, but I implore you that even if we approve you tonight, which, you know, I hope we are able to do, there's a two-step process for permanent eating or drinking outdoors.
That's fine. That's fine.
After COVID. So just to make a note of it, you'll need a so-called conditional use permit from the Madison Plan Commission, and the zoning staff will help you initiate that application. That takes at least 2 months, by the way, that process.
Okay.
You'll have to go to another public meeting, either on Zoom or in person. So with all that said and getting that out of the way, have you had a chance to talk to your neighbors about this? The neighborhood association, Alderperson Foster, the alder of the district?
I have not talked to the alderperson. I've only known, you know, what I'm hearing from people that are in the neighborhood. I have no problem doing that. We did that when we first.
He's still unmuted on our end. Brian, we can no longer hear you.
Committee, what's your pleasure?
Well, since I'm unmuted, I'll just go ahead, Chairperson Donnelly, and if we need it, I'll formally move to place this item on the table.
All right, we've got a motion. Is there a second? Second from Alder Miadzi. Any discussion? Any dissent? Seeing none, motion carries. Item 28 is placed on the table. That brings us next to item 29, change of licensed conditions for 7 Iron Social at 508 State Street. Do we have a registrant here for this item?
Yes, Colin Smith's here.
Excellent. Colin, what is your role with this organization?
One of the owners and liquor agent.
Perfect. Can you please tell us what you would like to do?
We'd just like to extend our operating hours for serving alcohol until midnight on Thursday, and then bar close time on Friday and Saturday.
Excellent. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Dr. Reese.
It looks like you have 48% alcohol, 20% food, and then 30% other, but I can't make out what you wrote on the application. Could you tell us what that is?
They're sports simulators, primarily golf. So we've got golf where you can play 88 different courses, driving range, different golf games, but then also 12 other sports, including baseball, football, basketball, hockey, lacrosse. We also use the simulators for game days, like the recent Bucks basketball games. We can turn them to giant TVs.
Cool. Got it. Thank you.
Is that 88 courses because that's lucky?
No, but that's a good way to look at it now.
Cool. Committee, what other questions do you have for the applicant? Captain Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Colin. Question just about, and I'm sorry, I was in a separate conversation with this when this started, so I don't know if I missed this. What's the end of the night looking like for you right now? Like, what's happening? Do you have a lot of people in that are wanting to stick around, or what's it looking like?
Yeah, we just at midnight, we have a ton of people still inside on Friday and Saturdays, and so now we have to like kick them out. And so we were just hoping to stay open later, and it's not every weekend that it's like that. So this is not we're going to be doing this every single weekend. It's kind of as if we have people in there, we don't want to have to kick people out. Like, we're not able to take part in the streetery program just because we're up on the second story, and trying to get the logistics of getting all the equipment in and out is just too difficult for us. And so this was just kind of another way of hopefully creating more revenue for us. It's been great. People have always been very respectful, which has been nice. And that's why I went for this. Is we haven't had any issues, and I don't really see having issues. Our patrons have been really, really nice about it.
And then additionally, when it comes to the games and the simulators, are you seeing the amount of business that you expected with the simulators? And do you think that's what's drawing people in?
Yeah. On the weekends, I mean, we're pretty much 90% full during school times. The summer is definitely slower just because everybody's outside, but during school, we're pretty much 90% all day, 90 to 100%.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Captain Donahue. Committee, what other questions do you have for the applicant? Colin, are you aware of the condition that the majority of the licensed establishments in your block and several nearby blocks have about restricting entry and re-entry after a certain time?
Yes, I believe it's like 1 or 1:30. You can't have any new people come into your establishment, which makes complete sense to me.
So if the reason you want to stay open later is to accommodate patrons who are there at midnight, who you currently have to shoo out because of the restrictions on your license, what would you think about an extension to your hours that came with an additional condition of no entry or re-entry after midnight?
I think that would be okay. I mean, could we do it till 1 o'clock? I mean, we haven't had any issues. We actually haven't even had anybody we haven't had to kick anybody out besides the random homeless person that comes in, but we haven't had to kick out any of our patrons or had any fights or things break or anything like that.
Cool. Well, I was just seeing how you felt about it. We're still going to deliberate. So, Captain Donahue.
Thank you. Another question came to mind. How frequently would you say that you're at capacity? Or I guess maybe a better question is, when it comes to midnight, how many people do you think are on average still in the bar and still using the simulators and such?
So it's kind of hard to say just because we were running at the limited capacity during COVID. But I would say probably 40 to 50.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Donahue. What other questions do you have for the applicant, members? All right. Discussion. Oh, Mr. Verbeek, you said that there are other registrants. Are there any others who are interested in speaking?
Oh, I don't believe that was for this item. That was for the previous item that was tabled.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Having trouble keeping track of stuff. Captain Donahue.
Me again, sorry. One other question. Are people playing simulators? How late do they play the simulators or use the simulators?
Well, right now until midnight.
And is it like rented by the hour kind of thing or?
Correct. Okay. Yeah, so it's rented by the hour. We have a 6-person maximum per simulator. And then a lot of our business too is events. So like different organizations rent out the space.
And do you let the simulators go until the end of the night?
Yeah, currently it's until midnight.
Okay. Thank you. I am done, I promise.
No problem.
It's fine. Dr. Reese.
Well, you opened the door, Captain Donahue, so I got one more too. Colin, I'm just curious, you mentioned that you haven't really had any problems except for a random homeless person, I think were your words. And I was just curious, how do you determine that a person is homeless? And then how do you determine what makes it, what's the threshold for removal?
I guess that's bad terminology. We've had some people come in that are highly intoxicated or trying to come in, ask people for money, stuff like that. And so we've gone over the process with our staff to keep an eye out for different people. There's a couple people that we have regulars that have come in, and so the staff knows them and to make sure they're escorted out or asked to leave early. So it's more of stuff like that.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Reese. Committee, what's your pleasure? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I move to grant the application with the condition that no patrons are permitted to enter or re-enter the establishment after 1:30 a.m. on Friday or Saturday night.
I hear a motion. Is there a second? Second from Alder Carter. Alder Verveer, would you like to speak to your motion?
Oh, thank you. So I have discussed this application with Alderperson Heck on, I think, a couple of occasions at this point, and his written testimony to the committee is consistent with our conversations. I will disclose a bit of a bias here, and going out on a limb in support of this is because this applicant, Colin Smith, has immediately upon being involved in the business of a significant property owner on the street, which is Colin's day job. JD McCormick is the name of the company, has quickly become one of the pillars of State Street business community and joined the Business Improvement District Board and has been very much involved in trying to lift up everybody on State Street and help us recover from the pandemic. So he's an excellent operator by all accounts. I've never heard of any problems at the establishment. With all that said, though, as Captain Donahue and soon to be Captain Zanders, who's with us tonight, are well aware, we've had unprecedented violence late night in this, not too far from where this establishment is located. The month of June was just frankly very scary at the intersections of Gilman, Broome, and State. So I want to acknowledge that, and you might recall that I did discuss that concern at our last meeting when we had Chasers 2.0 before us. So it's important to acknowledge that. So I haven't heard concern articulated. I don't mean to put Captain Donahue and Captain soon to be Captain Zanders on the spot by asking them to say, if they support or oppose the motion that I've now made. but I do think it's important to disclose that and not try to pretend that violence isn't an issue at bar time in this area, particularly this summer. But because of the excellent track record of this applicant and the ways that he's tried to get involved and help all his neighbors during his time downtown, I think is what, to me, tips the scales. And so I just wanted to acknowledge all that, and again, don't want to put the MPD commanders with us tonight on the spot, but would certainly welcome any input they have, and if they have any conditions that they might perceive would be more helpful to the work that they do.
All right, thank you, Alder Verveer. Any discussion of Alder Verveer's motion to grant with the additional condition of no entry or re-entry after 1:30 on Friday or Saturday? Captain Donahue.
I guess I'll speak to Alder Verveer's question a bit. I'll say I'm glad I'm not a voting member of the committee on this particular item, because I really am torn on this. I would echo what Alder Verveer said in that Colin has been a great addition to a struggling State Street, has been communicative and responsive with the PD. They have not had issues. I think the biggest problem that we had was with some alarms that was resolved, and obviously not a big deal. It was just false alarms being called in. And so I do want to acknowledge that the business has not been a problem. I think having this kind of business where people can go and do something other than drink large amounts of alcohol is really important. I wish that we had more of this kind of space. And I wish that we had space such as this for people who were not 21 to spend time. And so I'll throw that out there for a challenge to Colin for another business venture. But as Alder Verveer said, this area has been a little bit tense the last 2 months. I do believe that we have gotten a handle on some of the issues that were occurring there. And I also would never want anyone to believe that 7 Iron was responsible for those problems or contributed to those problems. And so the idea of punishing someone who's been a responsible business owner for some choices that other people have made that are not good bothers me. Again, I'm glad that I don't have to vote on this item. I appreciate their business model. I appreciate the way that they've done business. I do have some concerns about people coming out at bar time into that block, which is already dense and again problematic. So I guess that's where I stand on that.
Thank you, Captain Donahue. I want to remind, in light of one of Captain Donahue's statements, I'd like to remind the committee of one thing, which is denying an application is not a punishment. Taking away a license somebody already has could be a punishment. But if someone doesn't already have a right in a license, the default is that they continue not to have it. That being said, any further discussion of Alder Verveer's motion? Is there any dissent to granting item 29 with conditions? Seeing none, motion carries. Item 29 is granted. So 7 Iron Social can allow alcohol service until midnight on Thursday, until bar time on Friday and Saturday, with the condition of no entry or re-entry after 1:30 a.m. Friday or Saturday. Also, Colin, I urge you to consider that when you, this isn't going to be a question, I urge you to consider that whenever it is that you do close and have your patrons go out, think about the landscape they'll be going out into. And by closing even a little bit earlier, you could keep them a fair deal safer.
I definitely will. And I want to say thank you to both Alder Revere and Captain Donahue on all those kind words. And one thing, we do have a lot of kids actually coming into the space, everything from little kids like 5, 6 years old up through the 21-year-old age. We even have clubs for little kids, and we've done little kids' birthday parties.
All right, on to item 30, 21 plus entertainment license for Paco's Tacos at 1331 Greenway Cross. Jim, do we have someone here to speak to this item?
We do. It is, I'm going to butcher the last name, Kelso Zahua.
Hey, Kelso, can you please tell us your proposed plan?
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, what I want to do is just to have like weekends, like live music, like mariachis or, something like that, so I can increase sales at nights. That's what I'm looking for.
Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant, Mr. Fletcher?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. I mean, would you anticipate the kind of live music mariachi being every weekend? What's the kind of frequency of that?
No, it's probably not going to be every weekend. I mean, and some customers are asking me if they want to do like a party, like a birthday party, and they want to bring their own mariachi band for a couple hours. And I just want to be able to tell them yes, because if I tell them no, they go somewhere else. And what I'm trying to be is just survive. And it's not going to be every weekend. I'll figure it out. I mean, could it be like Mother's Day, Father's Day, things like that?
Do you anticipate using kind of like having a DJ or things of that nature?
Probably in the future.
And I guess what kind of time period? I mean, how late at night would you anticipate kind of using that? Having that go until?
Until I have the license, the liquor license. I think I have it until midnight, and that's the time that I have. I don't want to go longer than that.
And in your application, if I kind of go through the entertainment and security information that's sort of required, I mean, at the top, there are several sorts of things that weren't detailed in here in terms of underage drinking, et cetera, physical disturbances. Some of these things may be inapplicable, but I just want to get you kind of on the record to say why some of those details weren't either filled out or put not applicable on them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I guess why didn't you fill out the entire form?
Oh, I just didn't understand the whole application really well. I mean, my English is probably okay, but when I'm reading things, I'm not really good at it. So I just fill as much as I could.
Okay. I mean, can you talk to the committee a little bit in terms of, if you had, let's say you had more of the DJ concept, how might you deal with sorts of unruly patrons, intoxicated patrons, etc.?
Oh, I'll hire more staff, and I'll definitely get some more security for those kind of events if I do have some like that. I've been in places like that, like events, and I kind of figured that if I do that, I need to hire more staff and security for those kind of things.
Okay. No, that sounds good to me for now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Alder Carter.
Thank you. So, Paco, when we talked a few weeks ago, I believe it was by now, we talked about the fact that I should say that the area that your restaurant in is a commercial light industrial area. So it's not really next to a neighborhood. But one of the things that we talked about was the fact that you wanted an entertainment license because you wanted to be able to offer your clientele the opportunity to have special occasions, celebrations, holiday celebrations. When we talked about security, and correct me if I'm wrong, you were really looking at security for weddings, which tend to bring in a lot more people than, let's say, a child's birthday party, although that could get big nowadays. I wish someone could have told my mother back in the day that more than 10 people can come celebrate with you, but that's for my therapist to straighten out. But isn't that some of the things that you were thinking about and asking for, wanting to list security?
Yeah, the thing that we talked about was right. I mean, if I have a wedding reservation and it's be like more people, I'll definitely bring some security up for that. And yeah, that's what we talk about it. And like I said about the customers, because a lot of people go there and they trying to do like a birthday party, but they want to bring their own DJ. And I tell them no, because I don't have the license. I don't want to get in trouble, and I just want to do the right thing. And that's why I'm applying for this, so I can be able to tell the customers, yeah, you can bring your own DJ, you want to bring your mariachi for a quinceañera, that's totally fine. And yeah, definitely, if I get like a wedding party, I'll get some security.
Okay, and you do have security cameras. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Because you already have that for the restaurant, don't you?
Yeah, I do have security cameras over there, like almost everywhere.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter. What other questions do people have for the applicant? So, Kelsa, you've talked about having people who are having parties at your restaurant bringing in their own mariachi band or bringing in their own DJ. In and of itself, there's nothing wrong with that. I want to make sure that we're on the same page about something though. No matter what is going on at the restaurant, you would always be in control of it, correct?
Yeah, correct.
So it wouldn't be like somebody rents it out for the night and then they're selling drinks and they're doing the security. It's your security, making sure the place is safe. It's your employees selling alcohol, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That is great then. Thank you. Committee, what other questions do you have for the applicant? Discussion? Dr. Reese.
Maybe this is a technical question, but I'm a little concerned about the incomplete application and the applicant stating that he didn't understand some of the questions. So I'm wondering if that's something that we would need to refer, or if it's something that if we voted on could be completed before it goes to council, or I'm not sure what the best way to handle that would be.
In the past, we have done both of those. If it's something where we are mostly comfortable with the application, especially if there's been verbal communication that's answered the questions that we've had, we have approved something and had a condition be that before the Common Council meeting that they would provide the missing information. In cases where an application was particularly blank or when we had questions, we didn't receive satisfactory answers, we have on plenty of occasions referred it to the next meeting to give the applicant time to fill it out in more detail. So either of those would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Mr. Verbeek.
I just wanted to address, so I believe our office allowed the application to be submitted as is because they also included a security plan. And the way this application used to be organized is really the front page was the only thing that we had. And then we just asked people to include a security plan. And in this one, he did include a security plan in addition to the 3 questions that he answered in there. So we added the questions in there to sort of get people to expand on security issues, because we used to get people who would give us an application that was just the front page, which is really just ministerial and contact information kind of things. And then they would submit maybe a 1-paragraph security plan, and it was wholly inadequate. And so it wasn't getting to what we were asking them to submit in the security plan. So I believe we took this in and allowed it because he did kind of expand on that and include a 11-point security plan along with it.
Thank you, Mr. Verbeek. Dr. Reese.
Thanks for that. My apologies. There was a blank page and I just overlooked the security plan. So I'm really happy to see that. Thank you.
I will give anyone who needs it a minute to review that. Further discussion? Committee, what is your pleasure? Alder Carter.
Yes, I move approval. This is a restaurant that has a robust, prior to COVID, had a robust lunch crowd. As I mentioned before, this is a light industrial commercial area. Paco was able to turn that into a rather survival takeout business during COVID. I think that for him, until we are all comfortable and coming out to restaurants more than what we are today, is he's looking at providing his clientele, and most of them are loyal clientele, an opportunity to have special events at his place, which is a relatively large place. I think he has really became part of that area community. I use community loosely because it is a business commercial district, but I think he has become a good steward of that area. I know that we talked a long time regarding that area and some of the things that have gone on in that area. So he's quite aware and wants to be proactive. I urge you to grant. Thank you.
And Alder Carter, is it your intent that the entertainment license would carry the same conditions as the alcohol license, as is frequently our practice?
I think that is reasonable. I really didn't think about that, but I think that most of the events that are going to be happening are going to be on Fridays and Saturdays. And I should really ask Paco because I didn't ask him about that, but I believe it's going to be on Fridays and Saturdays.
These are the conditions that are already on the alcohol license. So, okay, so we've got a motion. Is there a second? Second from Dr. Reese. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Is there any dissent? Hearing no dissent. Item 30 passes. The 21 plus entertainment license for Paco's Tacos, which will carry the same conditions as the alcohol license for the same establishment. Next up, items 31 and 35, a new license and 21 plus entertainment license for Hayes Place at 4102 Lane Road. Mr. Burbick, do we have a registrant for these two items?
Yes, Connie Jones is registered for these items. She is the liquor beer agent for this application.
Excellent. Connie, can you please tell us who you are and what you'd like to do?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Connie Jones, and I intend to open a unique business on the east side of Madison. My business proposal will be modeled after other paint and sip businesses in the industry, where customers come in and paint while enjoying a glass of wine or beverage of their choice. I want to provide a venue where people can come be creative in a fun, relaxing environment. Another part of my business will be and promoting local small businesses. I want to work with as many local entrepreneurs as I can. I want to give them a platform to grow their business. For example, I will host monthly pop-up shops. A pop-up shop is where a business comes in and they rent a table to sell and promote their product. I also want to host poetry and comedy nights. I'm super excited about this business. Not only will it fulfill a dream of mine, but it will also give local entrepreneurs an opportunity to grow their business. And I feel like I would have a positive influence on the community.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Connie. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? I apologize for the yodeling house cat in the background. Dr. Reese.
Thank you. Connie, this sounds like a great opportunity. One logistical question. You're applying for the 21 plus license, right? And not 18 and up?
Yes. The 21, yeah.
There was just an answer to the question about under 21, which I think probably only applies to, or would that allow wristbands? I'm always confused on the entertainment license.
And actually, I'm sorry to cut you off, but actually when I think about it, eventually I would like to offer things to teams. I'm thinking like game night where they will come in and, be able to do different games. So I may want to rethink that.
And would you be doing, what kind of, would you be having live music or just the parties?
So, no, I wouldn't have, when you say live music, does that mean someone actually performing.
Either that or a DJ or what?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So tell me more about that. What kind of music you would have? I mean,
So
like
I
this DJ, karaoke. That's what I mean.
I would love to do karaoke nights. And as far as the DJ goes, I want to do the poetry and comedy nights. So I would have, someone to announce the next person, which I would think would probably be, a DJ, and be able to have music for certain events.
And do you have any experience running entertainment events? Or have you run any other alcohol licensed venues in the past?
I have not, but I do plan on working with small business called Bartender 608. She's been in business for, I believe, 14 years. She's going to come in and she's going to do some consulting. She's going to provide bartenders until I am able to have my staff bartend. So she's going to do some training and do some consulting until I am up to speed.
Great. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Dr. Reese. What other questions do people have for the applicant? Connie, you talked about having pop-up stands. Are you aware that you could not have pop-up stands where people were bringing in alcohol of their own to sell?
So my pop-up shops would not offer alcohol.
Perfect.
All of my events won't have alcohol. So the pop-up shops is going to be like jewelry and clothing, art, no alcohol.
All right. Thank you. Committee, what's your pleasure? Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you. Connie, you mentioned the Bartender 608 sort of consulting. Could you just talk a little bit more about what you envision in terms of the consulting and then the intersection with the kind of employees as well?
So I envision her coming in and teaching me how to stock my bar. I don't want to have it's not going to be a huge bar. And she would just consult me on, the things that I need to have. She would provide bartenders to work certain events. And then eventually I would want to hire staff that she would train.
Would she be supplying any employees though?
Yes.
To work at the establishment?
Correct.
Okay. And then in terms of the Madison area, what would you say your closest sort of peer business is? If you have
what would be I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah, what would be your kind of closest peer business, like a business similar to yours, would you say?
Oh, see, I don't think there is a business similar to mine. I know that there's other paint and sips, but this is going to be not just a paint and sip. I want to hold several paint and sips throughout the month, but I want to do other things as well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Connie.
You are welcome.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Committee, what is your pleasure? Mr. Verbeek, do we have any other registrants for this item?
We do not.
Assistant City Attorney Brist. From what you've heard, do you have any concerns with us granting this license?
I would be concerned about underage persons being present unless this qualifies for some exemption. I don't see a problem with if you have hired licensed bartenders through another contractor. I don't think that's necessarily an issue. But I would be concerned that we not have alcohol sales and allow underage people in unless there's an exception in the law that fits the situation. I mean, it's not going to be a restaurant. The question is, what will it fit under?
That makes sense. So, Connie, first, see if there's a licensed establishment and on a given day they serve no alcohol at all, does that make any difference for having underage people on the premises?
Off the top of my head, I believe that there's a provision where they can inform the police department and have a no alcohol night. I am doing that off the top of my head. I haven't dealt with that one in a while.
Okay, thank you. Connie, given that it is, what's the right way to ask this? Obviously, you have not been provided with any legal advice by the committee nor by our council, but given what you've overheard, do you have any reservations about going forward with your application?
I don't have any reservations. As far as underage people being there, I do not plan to have the bar open during every event. There will be events that there will be no alcohol. The alcohol will be stored in a locked container or
what we would strongly recommend. We would strongly recommend that if your if your license is granted, that you talk to an attorney and ensure that how you're operating would be legal. That in general, if you are a licensed establishment, you are always a licensed establishment, whether or not you're serving alcohol. And
understood. Got it. Okay.
We don't know. We can't tell you exactly what the rules are, but we can tell you probably want to talk to a lawyer and make sure that you're following them. Alder Miazzi.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just curious of how, when they are people checking for ID, how are you checking to make sure that people are 21? Do you have a machine that you're using, or?
I plan on getting a machine.
Thank you.
To check IDs, yes.
Thank you, Alder Miazzi. Alder Verveer.
Thank you. If I could, I don't know that I have a question for the applicant, although I find your concept very exciting. And it's actually, I do have a quick question for you, if I could, Connie. What's the existing, or what's the most recent business that was located here on Lean Road?
It was a gym.
It was a gymnasium?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So thank you for that. I do have a question for you, Attorney Brist. I recall that our former legal counsel, Roger Allen, dealt with this issue for us a couple of times. And that is, I thought that there was a provision in Chapter 125 relating to these sort of paint and sip wine party type establishments, of which, as the applicant stated, there are kind of sort of similar concepts around, maybe not as special as what's proposed here. But do you by chance know, or do you by chance have Chapter 125 in front of you, just out of curiosity to ensure?
I can get Chapter 125, and I have the manual that we produced for alcohol laws as well, but I would have to look it out, because I'm not familiar off the top of my head about the rules about paint and sip.
Yeah, I just think that
the reaction is that unless you can have children, you can have underage people if they're accompanied by the parent or guardian of legal drinking age. You can. There's certain other exceptions like a theater or the ballpark, where there's an exemption that fits. But I don't know off the top of my head what the nature of the business is. Sure. And it's not a restaurant, for example, which would be what I would think of most likely would be the exemption. I would have to check on the paint and sip concept to see whether that fit underage.
Yeah, I was just curious if you could check for us. I don't want to, hold up this applicant and move to place this on the table by any means, but I was just wondering if you had it on your fingertips or
Sorry, I don't.
Municipalities guide.
I can see if I can come up with it.
And I don't know if any of my committee colleagues remember this, but I could have sworn that Roger Allen pointed to one of the many carve-outs or provisions in Chapter 125 where these places do qualify and how it related to the underage issue.
Well, I don't remember that talking about underage, but I remember that initially we couldn't grant a license at all to a paint bar.
Right.
That wasn't on the list of things that could have liquor licenses. And then the state statutes were amended and we could.
Yes. But you don't recall, Chairperson Donnelly, that had anything to do with underage on premise?
I don't remember. I'm, 20% sure that it doesn't, but take that for as little as it's worth.
Thank you.
Of course. Dr. Reese, then Alder Carter.
I just wanted to note for the record, this isn't the first application where some of the questions that refer to 18 plus have been answered for a 21 plus. So I think there's just some confusion with the way the application is laid out. So I just wanted to note that along with my questions.
Thank you, Dr. Reese. Alder Carter.
Didn't we have to deal with this with the Patty Wax candle bar maybe a couple years ago, maybe 2018, where they were actually having some appetizers, but basically, you come in, you make your own candle, you put your little scent in and have champagne, blah, 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 blah.
If I recall, the issue with the candle wax place was what category of allowable activities it fits in, whereas the paint cafe is very specifically stated in the allowable activities.
Okay.
And we eventually came to the conclusion that the candle wax applied to novelty items as part of the novelty store, which is listed in the statutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Committee, what is your pleasure? Dr. Reese.
One more quick question, and then I have a motion if no one else has anything. Just since I know this has come up in the past, the alcohol food breakdown is 20% alcohol, 10% food, and 70% paint and sip events. And I just wanted to be clear about if the paint and sip includes the sip, which is alcohol, then does that need to go under the percentage of alcohol, or doesn't it matter?
That is a complicated area, but in general, you can't masquerade alcohol income by hiding it in the other categories. For example, we had an establishment that would say you can get a free beer if you get some food, and use that to inflate their food numbers and deflate their alcohol numbers. So that would not be legitimate.
Got it. And this probably isn't an issue since there's only a small percentage of food anyway, but I just wanted to raise it just for the applicant's knowledge.
Of course.
And
I don't see anyone else in the queue, so please move forward with making a motion.
I would like to move to grant both the alcohol license and the 21 plus entertainment license as submitted.
All right, we have a motion. Is there a second? Second from Alder Verveer. Any discussion? Any dissent? Seeing none, motion carries. On item 31, 21 plus entertainment license for Hayes Place, and item 35, the alcohol license for Hayes Place. Congratulations, Connie. Next up is items 32 and 38, an 18 plus entertainment or visual and performing arts license and alcohol license for Red Rock Saloon at 222 West Gorham.
Chair Brian Mason is back on the line too.
Or if someone would like to move that we take up item 28 off the table, that would also be in order. Committee, what's your pleasure? Okay, we have a motion from Alder Verveer. Is there a second? Second from Alder Carter. Any discussion? Any dissent? Motion carries. We're taking up item 28 again, which is the change of licensed premises for Chief's Tavern, which seeks to extend to a 25-person patio area outside. I believe we were in the middle of asking the applicant some questions. Committee, what's your pleasure? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. Yes, Brian, I'm sorry that we lost you. Apologize for the technology here. So, Brian, are you there? Just to confirm we have you?
I am here.
Great.
I am here. Yes.
Again, thanks for...
Sorry about that. I think it's on my end probably, but yeah, we're back.
Very good. Well, sorry for the interruption there. Thanks for trying again and getting back with us tonight. So I don't remember the exact question that you were responding to, but you were answering a question from me when we lost you. Do you recall what you were saying?
I was just talking about, the steps we have to take to achieve our permanent status with the patio, which you were telling me we had one more step we have to do, which we've already printed out the application on that and are in the process of filling it out and moving down that road so we can get this accomplished.
Okay, very good. So so again, that's called a conditional use permit. So please, by all means,
we got it printed going.
So awesome. So by all means, do that with the city zoning office. I did have the opportunity to reach out to the alderperson of the district in the interim when we lost you, Grant.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. And he did confirm that he never heard from you, which is too bad. But again, we won't hold that against you. He also shared with me the good news that he hasn't heard any objection to your license, which he shared with I believe the neighborhood there in some way, shape, or form. And he said because there are really no, as you know better than I do, adjacent residences that he thinks would object to the permanent patio there. He has no objection himself. So with that said, and with the fact that you have the support of the alder of the district, and the fact further that you will be before a public hearing of the Plan Commission as you pursue this, which will allow for the Plan Commission to add any conditions relating to time of closure or amplification, noise concerns, if there are any that develop. I just wanted to share with you that from my perspective, I think we're ripe for a motion to approve you. So I'm prepared to do that, Mr. Chair, but I don't want to delay any other questions.
There are no other hands in the queue, so by all means, make a motion.
So, okay, thanks again, and I'll move to Grant.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Second from Alder Carter. Discussion. Seeing none, is there any dissent? Seeing none, motion carries. The Change of licensed premises for Chief's Tavern to extend the premises to the outside patio area is granted. I do not have a question for Brian, but I would like to remind him first that this is only a recommendation from the ALRC to the Common Council. They will need to make the actual decision at a future meeting, and until then, it isn't approved. And that it's, of course, necessary to also go through the conditional use process. Mr. Burbick.
This is one of the items where we had other people that were registered as not wishing to speak, but in support. So I just wanted to read their names into the record. By all means. We had Vanessa Flores, who was in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Preston Shutt, who was in support, not wishing to speak. And Chris Moulter, who was in support, not wishing to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Burbick. Next up, we have item 32, 18 Plus Center for Visual and Performing Arts, and item 38, a new license, both for Red Rock Saloon. And I am going to hand the gavel to Mr. Fletcher because I need to step away for a moment. We will 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, not lose quorum. Mr. Fletcher, the gavel is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jim, do we have a registrant for these items?
We do. Jeffrey Kovakovich is here for those items.
Super. Well, good evening, Jeffrey. Thanks for hanging on with us later on into the evening. Can you explain to the committee a little bit about what you'd like to do here?
Yeah, so my business partner, Drew, who is on here as well. But what our plan here is we have actually occupied a Johnson Street space at 322 West Johnson as Red Rock Saloon since 2014. And I'm sure some of you or all of you are aware that that area is all getting developed. So we had to actually vacate that location at the end of June. And we had worked out moving over into the old Hopcat space on Gorham. Our plan is to basically continue operation as Red Rock Saloon, just moving it right around the corner there. So there's not much change to our operation. The business plan that we submitted with the application is pretty much exactly what we submitted back in 2014. We haven't changed much. We'll be doing live music, some bigger national acts that come through, which is why back in 14 we started with that 18 plus, was to allow some of the students that weren't of age to come in and watch some of these bigger acts when we do have them. We will have a full kitchen, and we will continue to be doing our mechanical bull that we had at Johnson Street as well.
Great. Well, thank you very much for the brief overview. Committee members, what questions do you have? Alder Carter. And you're on mute, Alder Carter.
That is so irritating. Jeffrey, can you tell me what's the square footage of where you were compared to the Hopcat?
Yeah, it's so our square footage was about 9,000 square feet on Johnson Street, and the new square footage is just a little over 10,000, I believe. So it's fairly comparable.
So you can be able to have exactly what you had before.
Yeah, almost
as far
identical.
as operation. Okay, great. Thank you.
No problem.
And one other thing is, how do you, for those that are 18 unable to partake, do you have wristbands for them? How do you distinguish between them when you have those large, well-known acts?
we actually, even though it's a little more work, we actually wristband or hand stamp or do something that signifies the 21-year-olds. Because if we did that for the 18-year-olds, they'd just rip them off or they'd wash their hands, or so we usually do it that way. And then we also only allow the 18 and ups to stay for the show, and then they have to leave.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Captain Donahue.
Thank you. What's the, I had Alder Carter took my question gratefully about the wristbands. So I'm glad to hear that we're not wristbanding the 18-year-olds. In full disclosure, I have a lot of concerns about the intermingling of 18 plus, which conflicts with my desire for them to have something to do. When you say that you kind of go through and escort people out, that would be my first question is how does that look? And then the security plan of unruly patrons of work to de-escalate. Kind of what does that mean to you, and what kind of training or what does that look like also? I recognize that a lot of this you already have in place, but I kind of want to hear the plan.
Sure. So I guess I'll since that was kind of two questions, I'll start with how we kind of get the 19, 20-year-olds out the door. In the past, we've kind of closed temporarily. So we kind of ask everybody to leave. We turn off the music. We stop serving. We don't do anything. We get everybody out, and then we recard to get people back in on those nights. I will say that my business partner and I kind of felt the same way you did, Captain. We were skeptical. We actually, back in 2014, were kind of asked to do this because of your concern about wanting to have something for them to do. So we kind of were on board with it because we wanted to help contribute, to the school community and to have something for them. But it is a headache for us. I mean, it's hard. It's a difficult thing to do just because you have to. There's a lot more moving parts. But over the years of doing it, I think that we've kind of gotten a good system, and we've been pretty successful at it, and haven't had really any instances at all with any underage drinking or any of that happening. I can't speak for what they do before or after they come into our bar, and leave. But usually we're pretty good about that at the door. I'm sorry, what was the second part of that question, Captain?
Just about the de-escalation security plan for unruly folks, what that looks like, or training that folks have.
So, most of the security that we have at, we have 3 locations, and we do work pretty closely with the security. And I specifically, and my business partner as well, but I've always been a huge advocate for talking down situations and trying to calm people down. So I try to explain that technique to the security staff that we have. I know it's hard because personalities are different. And sometimes when there's an argument between, 2 customers or whatever, that kind of stuff can escalate very quickly if there's not enough security around, or somebody breaking it up and just kind of like talking people away from each other or moving the crowd. But de-escalating, I know that's kind of vague, but I think it really just comes down to our security, knowing how to talk and how to speak to customers. When they're upset, they're usually not upset with us. I mean, it's usually not a situation where a customer is upset with something we did. It's usually 2 customers that have a bad interaction, whether they bump into each other or they know each other coming into there and they run into each other and they don't like each other and they start some type of argument. Usually the security is pretty good about separating that, having them leave in separate directions, out different doors, pushing them away and trying to talk them down and calm everything down. So I guess that's probably the best way I could put it.
And are they getting any particular training other than your mentorship? No, they're not getting any. I don't have any professional training that I can say that we give them. As far as the security that we do hire, and usually they are, either students, or we do set up times for them to either meet with you guys, the police, to do carding, to talk to them about these type of things. But I don't know of, and I haven't used a company to actually train the security that we have. And that just, then I'll follow up. I'm assuming, I know you all have participated in the tavern safety trainings in the past. That's something that you're amenable to. We're going to rewrite a little bit of that to include more of that kind of training, change the focus a bit. I'm assuming you're amenable to that.
Absolutely. We actually love it. Both there and working with Milwaukee City Police Department as well.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions from committee members? Seeing none, I think we can we can move into discussion on the committee. So discussion, Dr. Reese.
Just a common theme. I think this one shouldn't this be the 18 plus box checked instead of the 21 plus on the application?
Jim, I don't know if you want to address that.
I think they did correct the application. This might be the one before might have been uploaded before they had changed it to check that box.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion or a potential motion would be in order on both items. Alder Bavir.
Oh, thank you. I move to grant the 18 Plus Center for Visual and Performing Arts license, agenda item number 32, and the Class B combination license, agenda item number 38, with conditions as existed on their previous license on West Johnson Street. And to be honest with you, I was counting on Chairperson Donnelly to share his screen and have them uploaded by now, but I know that he's kind of multitasking on something else. I will read them, and I bet that Michael will get them up for us because he's been so great to share those as we've been meeting on Zoom. Anyway, for the record, condition number 1 is establishment must meet the definition of an entertainment venue as defined by MGO section 38.05 sub 9. Number 2, an establishment must provide full food service at all times when live musical performances are not offered. And number 3, no patrons are permitted to enter or re-enter the establishment after 1:30 a.m. on Friday or Saturday night. And thank you, Chairperson Donnelly, for sharing your screen with all of us. So if there's a second, I would like to say a word or two.
Is there a second? Down. Sorry, I'm just trying to play around, toggle with the video sizes. So is there a second? If you can just unmute to say yes, that'd be great.
Second.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Alder Bavir.
Oh, thank you. So you already heard the story of why Red Rock is here, it's through no doing of their own. They obviously have found their business in our community to be successful and profitable all the years that they've been here. I guess going back to 2014 or something like that. So I know that certainly there have been police calls for service, and Captain Donahue again can share additional thoughts on these particular licenses, but an establishment of their size, 400 person capacity, and the entertainment venue that they are, I think is sure to have police calls for service. And, you know, I don't know if it's considered a lot or a few, and we can ask that of Captain Donahue. But let me say that obviously Red Rock and their owners, Drew and JJ, are not here because they did something wrong by any means. They're here because they lost their lease, pure and simple. And I actually think it's a nice reflection of the downtown as we're recovering, that without hesitation, they communicated to me quite a long time ago that they wish to stay in Madison and not abandon their Madison operation, which I thought was a nice testament to our community, frankly. For those that haven't been to Red Rock, they are a restaurant, but they admit that they are not a bona fide restaurant, given the significant alcohol sales that they are involved with. So from my perspective, they have been very good operators. I will admit that there were some noise complaints, as they're aware, that I've shared with them about their outdoor patio and amplification with some of the neighbors over the years. But aside from that, I haven't heard any concerns about them, again, from the police or neighbors or otherwise, except for some amplification issues on the outdoor patio. That won't be an issue at the former Hopcat space on West Gorham Street, as there's no patio that's proposed as part of this license. They might come back next year with a rooftop patio concept, but again, that if it happens, it won't be for another year or so, and they've already reached out to their adjacent neighbors and shared that is a potential future option that they're seriously exploring. But again, that is not before us tonight. So the conditions that are part of this motion are, of course, the continuing conditions that were on their license when the license last expired a few weeks ago on June 30th. And Drew and JJ have always been very approachable and easy to work with from my perspective. And I firmly believe that they will remain conscientious operators, although they don't live in our community. They're only down the interstate and have always been very approachable, as I say. So I do very much support these two licenses. They frankly would be a transfer license as well, only they weren't eligible for a transfer of the license and had to go the new license route because of the type of license that they had, being a reserve license that they were initially issued under Chapter 125. So with all that said, I obviously urge my colleague to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Captain Donahue.
Thank you. I want to echo some of the things that Alder Verveer said as it relates to the owners and our ability to work with them. We have had police calls to Red Rock, but as the Alder said, I think that would be expected with any establishment with the size of Red Rock. My biggest concern right now is, well, let me say this first. I think that having them move from the area that they are into the requested space in many ways is very positive. It's positive for State Street. It's positive to have those businesses occupied and people out and about and just drawing people to that area. My biggest concern is related to the safety issues that we've been having at the corner of Gilman and State, and the spread of that to what's called the Buckeye lot. And that's the surface parking lot that is adjacent to this building that runs between Gorham Street and Gilman Street. And that has been an area that has been generating some safety concerns and is at the opposite end. So on the Gilman Street side of that parking lot is actually where we've had 2 of the shootings this summer. And so I think bringing more people to that specific area does cause me some pause. But also recognizing that, in fact, the owners are communicative. They do work with us when we have issues. And so I'm hoping if the committee approves this license, that is something that we can work together on and that we can continually assess and address if need be. I guess that's my main concern, is more about the space and the place as it relates to other things that have been going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Donahue. Alder Verveer.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry to speak twice on this motion. I did want to ask Captain Donahue a question and also ask the applicant the same question. And that is, have you been able to communicate with each other on these concerns? Because I think, Captain, you raise an excellent point about the Buckeye lot. And of course, I am well aware of the problems there. I've witnessed them firsthand at bar time a few weekends ago with the activity that's going on that Madison Parking utility-owned property. I don't know if the applicant and you, Captain, actually ever connected about these applications or not, but do you know, did you or anyone else in the Central Police District share with them in more specific terms what's going on at Buckeye Lot this summer?
No, and I will add that was a bit of a disappointment for me that I didn't hear from the applicant. Perhaps they spoke to somebody. I was out of the office all of last week and a little bit of the week before, so I guess it's possible that they spoke to somebody else. I'm not aware of that. And in full disclosure, it was a little disappointing that I heard about it from other people, and including Facebook posts that were a little bit presumptuous, I'll say, about the fact that they were moving to that location prior to coming before the ALRC. So I will say I was disappointed not to have had those conversations.
Thank you. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm quite frankly surprised because, as I was saying earlier, Drew and JJ are certainly no stranger to me and reached out to me about this location. Gosh, seems like so long ago. It might have even been right when Hopcat almost had closed permanently because of their bankruptcy. But in any event, so if I could ask Mr. Chair, then JJ, the same question. Let me just ask, how is it that you and Drew missed the requirement that you contact the police commander of the district where your application is?
You know what? I'm actually going to take fault on this because I don't think Drew's in here or able to speak, and we're not together at the moment. So
he's registered JJ. So I think, he's now into the room, so Drew can speak.
Let me just finish by saying, Captain Donahue, that's unacceptable. I can't believe that we actually did that. I will say, and I don't want to just sit here in front of you right now and make excuses why that didn't happen. And I actually didn't think about that viewpoint on how our post, which technically we felt like was a harmless Facebook post, you're right, we shouldn't have been presumptuous to just think that we were just going to get this license. And by no means did we just think that, you know, with our conversations with Alder Revere and just going through all these steps, you were definitely one that we missed. And I sincerely apologize, because that shouldn't have happened. We'd love to sit down with you and go through this and talk about those things, because I don't, with everything that's happened post-COVID and just getting things back up and running with these other stores, there's a lot of things that I think that we may have missed. But in terms of just this liquor license and going through all the steps, we did. If you could see the whiteboard in our office that Drew's written on, it's for just a maze of stuff that we have to hit. And again, I apologize for that. I will try to make that up and set something up with you so we at least can go through this now and talk about any of those things where we can be of help to that area, because you're right. And we're dealing with similar things in Milwaukee right now on Water Street with the 2 bars that we have there too. And it's very similar. So I apologize again. If Drew wants to add anything, he can, but I that's probably something that I should have done.
I could just jump on momentarily here. Thank you. I pretty much will just echo JJ's thoughts and apologies, because that is, I think, just a fault that we missed, that we dropped the ball. And I also would like to apologize. Certainly didn't mean to take anything for granted and assume that we would just be coming into a new space. And I think we kind of pride ourselves always in having a very good relationship with the police and with the city. And certainly I know this new space creates possibly a different set of challenges for both us and for the city. And of course we want to be, positive to that. So yes, I would also apologize on that. And I would like to take the opportunity to talk through some of those issues, and of course, offer our help or listen to whatever suggestions could be given to us to make sure that we're doing things well and safely and properly.
But let me just say I appreciate your apologies, because when we talked about this, if I didn't make it clear that you have to speak to the Captain Donahue, then it's on me as well. I always try to implore that all applicants downtown realize that that's a requirement, and indeed it's question number 30 on our application makes it clear that you understand that requirement. But obviously it's no water under the bridge. So moving forward, I do hope that you gentlemen do reach out to Captain Donahue. Unfortunately, we're losing her downtown come next month to a shift change reassignment of commanders within MPD. And I'm going to miss you very much, Kelly. I haven't had a chance to tell you that since I found out while you were on vacation. But anyway, if you don't have her contact information, I can get it to you tonight. I presume that Captain Donahue, you would be the right person still for them to reach out to, or should they reach out to Lieutenant Zander? Or
they can reach out to me, and we'll make sure to close the loop with both Lieutenant Zanders and the CPT.
Very good. Thank you. So let me just say that to the applicants, besides that you had your own challenges of policing the private property parking lot that went with the former Red Rock on West Johnson Street. And now, of course, you don't have off-street parking available for your clientele and staff and so forth. Now you have 24/7 enforced Madison parking utility, public parking adjacent to your new location. That I think still, obviously you've heard, will present challenges to you, because it is quite an atmosphere of a party that's going on this summer, at least in that surface parking lot. And it's one that I know the police have tried different strategies to work there effectively. But I'm optimistic that once you all open there having your security staff outside on the sidewalk and a presence might actually be an overall net positive, as opposed to the negative of having all of your patrons also competing for the use of the parking spaces and mixing with the crowds that are loitering there already. So anyway, I certainly obviously encourage you to reach out to Captain Donahue tomorrow and get the conversation going on strategies, particularly as it relates to the parking lot that you'll be moving next to. So thank you again for allowing that colloquy, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. There is a motion on the table to approve items 32 and 38 with the conditions enumerated by Alder Verveer. And I'm just confirming, Alder Verveer, that those conditions would be on both licenses, correct? Very good. Any further discussion from the committee? Seeing none, is there any dissent? If so, Chair Donnelly.
Not dissent, but I'll abstain since I missed the first part of the discussion.
Thank you very much. Could the city clerk note that for the record? Any other dissent? Seeing none, items 32 and 38 with the conditions enumerated are approved. Thank you, and back to you, Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Next up, item 36, new license application for Walters at 444 South Park Street. And Mr. Verbeek, do we have a registrant for this item?
Yep, Colin Smith is back with us. He was here for 7 Iron Social earlier. It's a different item.
Welcome back, Colin. Can you please tell us about Walters? It's going, I was going to say the same as before. It's actually going better than before because I was feeling like I was getting angry at everybody and I realized I was just hungry. So, can you tell us what you're planning to do at Walters?
All right. So the space is the former Rockhound Brewing Company. So we are moving into that space. We're going to start a restaurant, and this is just for the restaurant side of it. So we'll have a restaurant and then the full bar. We've renovated the inside. We're bringing in some brick tiling and greenery to kind of make it look like a beer garden. We're going to be expanding the copper bar top that's there. And then separately, the two spaces are separate now. The brewery side is going to be One Barrel Brewing. So then we'll have a deal with them where we kind of use One Barrel as the majority of our taps. But they're two separate businesses, two separate leases. We've got two operating. They're not operating partners, they're operating consultants. They don't have any ownership, but they'll be doing a lot of the day-to-day. Former restaurateurs of the area, they owned Brokaw for many years, and they'll be kind of overseeing the day-to-day operations. We've got a new GM coming in that's got a ton of experience, and so that's kind of our plan, is to do this new restaurant. It's called Walters because the apartment building that it's in is the Dude Abodes. And so Walter is the dude's best friend. So we'll pay a little homage to the movie.
Very good. Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Committee, what is your pleasure? Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Chair, I guess I would consult with you or the city clerk about whether the deputy city clerk about whether there were conditions on the Rockhound license that may be applicable in this situation to consider.
I'll race you, Jim.
You might not be able to see it. if it's not up, which I don't think it probably is. All right. So the conditions were exterior capacity shall be limited to 30. Exterior seating shall close nightly at 11 p.m. and no outdoor entertainment is permitted.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll defer to Alder Carter as a hand up.
Alder Carter.
Yeah, Jim, did you say there was no outdoor seating permitted? Because here it has 140 in and 25 out.
It was
a patio.
Exterior capacity shall be limited to 30.
And Colin, there is an outdoor area for this location?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Oh, now it's going. There is a outdoor patio that's about 10 by 25. The previous owner of Rockhound had worked with the city on getting that approved. So there's 4 or 5 tables, I can't remember, with 4 seating each.
Is that on Park Street or on the side street?
It's on the Drake side street.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And then one of the things that we're going to be trying to do, it's taken a little while just with everything going on in the world to try to even get it put together. But we want to open 3 of the windows that are on that Drake Street side, turn them into like either the garage doors or the fold up doors to kind of bring the inside out.
What additional questions do you have for the applicant, Mr. Fletcher?
Yes, Colin, if you have the garage doors, and I'm just trying to think about kind of the residential kind of part of it back there, is there any concern if you change that kind of back end that you will get more kind of sound into the neighborhood back there, and that may kind of aggravate folks potentially?
No, I mean, we're not going to be doing any amplified music. We would be respectful to any of the residents. We're also the owners of the building, so if there are any complaints, we would be getting it on the residential side as well. So I'd like to mitigate the issues for my property manager there and be respectful of the building across the street as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Committee, what is your pleasure? Alder Carter. Muted, Alder Carter. I'm sorry. I hate having to tell you.
I move approval to grant.
Right, we've got a motion from Alder Carter, a second from Dr. Reese. Mr. Verbeek, I'm afraid that I forgot, even though it was only like 10 minutes ago, whether there were conditions on the previous establishment at this location.
Yes, there were 3. Number 1, exterior capacity shall be limited to 30. Number 2, exterior seating shall close nightly at 11 p.m. And number 3, no outdoor entertainment is permitted.
Okay. And did this, actually, I can just look.
I'm fine with including those.
All right. Dr. Reese is nodding also. Any discussion of Alder Carter's motion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Item 36, new license for Walters at 444 South Park is granted with conditions. That brings us to item 37, new license for East Johnson Family Restaurant, 824 East Johnson. Do we have a registrant for this item?
Yes, Kyle Johnson is here for that item.
Excellent. Kyle, can you please let us know what you would like to do?
Kyle, you should have a prompt to unmute yourself. You are unmuted, Kyle.
Hello.
Hey, Kyle.
Hello. Sorry about that.
No problem.
My wife and I bought 824 back in 2019 with the initial thought to move our coffee shop, Johnson Public House, which is located at 908 East Johnson Street. At the about halfway through the build out, we decided to stay where we're at 908 and then change the concept at 824 to a diner inspired restaurant with about 37 seats inside, about 62 outside. And we'll be open for lunch and dinner.
What's your pleasure? If you're feeling concerned about making a motion without asking too many questions, bear in mind that these are established operators who've been running a business a block away for years with no problems ever, and all the neighbors love them and are excited about them opening another place. Alder Carter.
I just have a question. What was this establishment 824 prior to them purchasing it? Do you know, Chair?
Oh, it was a chiropractor.
Oh, okay. Then I move approval.
Here, a motion to approve from Alder Carter. Is there a second? Second from Mr. Fletcher. Any discussion? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I certainly support the license, especially with that strong endorsement from you, Mr. Chair. But in any event, I did notice Alderperson Heck's comment related to the Plan Commission condition relating to the patio closing time. So I presume it would be friendly to include that condition, although I know it's unnecessary. These are excellent operators, but to be consistent with the Plan Commission to add the condition that the patio shall close by 10 p.m.
Alder Carter, are you amenable to that?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Of course. Mr. Fletcher?
Yep.
Excellent. Thank you, Alder Verveer. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Any dissent? Hearing none. Motion passes unanimously. Item 37, East Johnson Family Restaurant. Your license is granted. Kyle, you should open it quickly.
Thank you.
All right. Item 40. We've got discussion, Alcohol License Review Committee. Review Alcohol License Review Committee Rules of Procedure. Jim, could you introduce this, please?
Yeah, so annually, every committee that has rules of procedure should review them and approve them. we had kind of punted on this last year, just because of everything that was. Well, it looks like we did it in January and February, so I don't know what excuse we had. Maybe we just had a busy agenda that we didn't get around to it that day. But we didn't approve it last year. But this is just the rules of procedure that the ALRC has approved in the past, and so we just need to review it and approve it, or change it and approve it.
You're on mute.
Thank you very much. Discussion? Mr. Fletcher.
I mean, I think clearly the procedures are mainly, correct me if I'm reading this wrong, but I mean that they're intended for an in-person meeting experience, not necessarily applicable to the unfortunate sort of circumstances we've found ourselves in over the past year, not being able to meet, in person and having to do this virtually. So I mean, I would say for what it's worth, there is part of me that thinks that there should be something that touches upon virtual meetings and kind of how we operate as a committee, because it has been different. I think we've tried to fill within the parameters or the spirit of those procedures, certainly, and the letter, but it may be worth updating them to accommodate the virtual experience, going forward. Just my 2 cents.
Alder Revere, then Alder Carter.
Thank you. Well, I share Mr. Fletcher's comment, and I was going to raise the same issue, and also further ask Jim if he's received the memo from the city relating to boards, committees, and commissions formally voting respectively as to whether they wish to continue meeting virtually or meeting in person. As that's not clearly on tonight's agenda, I guess we won't necessarily be talking about it, but we certainly should have that as an August agenda item. And there was a memo that went to committee contacts a few weeks ago now that have been on other city committee agendas. Well, anyway, so with that said, my other quick comment is that the pronoun, and it's embarrassing that we let this go, I guess, for as long as we have, but certainly the pronoun correction is urgently needed as it relates to the gender of the chairperson in the first paragraph. So it's crazy that it's a masculine pronoun, assuming that the chairperson would be a male gender person. So we need to correct that, of course, at a minimum. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Revere. Alder Carter.
I was just going to echo what Commissioner Fletcher said about putting something in there regarding virtual meetings. Hopefully we'll never experience what we experienced in 2020, but who knows? And I just feel that something needs to be put in there just in case. And I think maybe we should probably refer this to our next meeting so we can add some of those things in there before we take a vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter. Dr. Reese.
I agree with all the points that have been made. And then also just based on some of the issues we've had, it might be worth it to add a point about interpretation and, when that's available and how it works. Because I know that it's confusing when I've been in the gallery before for meetings and thinking that someone's talking during the meeting and it's really an interpreter. So it'd be helpful to illustrate that a little bit.
By all means. Any further discussion? So there are at least two options available to us at this point. One would be to refer this to the next regularly scheduled meeting of the ALRC. Another would be an option we haven't exercised in a while, but we could refer it to the ALRC Operating Practices Subcommittee, a work group which could get together and come up with proposed changes for virtual meetings, interpretation, and potentially other things. I will leave it to your discretion to move one or the other of those or something else entirely. Mr. Fletcher.
I think schedules permitting, Mr. Chairman, I think referring to the subcommittee makes sense because then we can come back next meeting with concrete proposals for this group instead of it languishing. So that would be my motion is to refer it to the subcommittee and hopefully schedule that group to meet in between this meeting and our next regularly scheduled meeting.
I second it.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of referring item 40 to the ALRC Operating Practices Subcommittee. Sorry, I forgot that we're doing the other way. Any dissent to that? Hearing none, motion carries. Next, item 41, discussion regarding operator license equity analysis and the possible creation of another subcommittee to hear operator license applications. Mr. Fletcher, would you like to talk about this or would you like me to? I'm happy either way.
If you want to lead the discussion, Mr. Chair, I can fill in anything I can add.
By all means. So approximately 300 years ago in December of 2019, Mr. Fletcher and I got together with some people from the city clerk's office, from, where else? There was somebody from NPD, basically a number of different people associated with different aspects of the operator's license process. The city has I believe, excellent process to periodically do a review of various processes around the city to determine whether they are equitable to all members of the community. As part of that review, the group identified a number of things that were suboptimal about the operator's license application process. Our truly spectacular associates in the city clerk's office, between two meetings of that group, had already implemented the things we talked about in the first meeting, whereas we at ALRC had lagged a little bit behind. So the concern for our part was that, well, it's a few things. So when an operator's license is flagged for criteria such as not describing all of their certain types of criminal activity or having things that are related to alcohol license, that person has to come before the ALRC if they want to be considered for an alcohol license. So first of all, that means they have to come to an ALRC meeting. And while all of us are volunteering to do this, that's not something they've really signed up for. As maybe only Alder Verveer would remember, we used to have them at the end of the meeting for privacy's sake, with the hope that everyone else would have gone home. We ended up moving that part to the beginning of the agenda, where on one hand they got more attention, on the other hand they got out of there more quickly. There's really no way to solve both of those problems at the same time if they're happening at that meeting. So given that our meetings are in the evening when service industry employees often work, Also in the evening when children are not in school, so anyone with kids might have to get a sitter if they were going to come. It potentially puts a burden on some members of the community to have to come to that meeting. The idea that we came up with, and I'm sorry I don't remember exactly whose idea it was because it was a long time ago, was to form a subcommittee of the ALRC whose role would be to hear operators, license applicants, just like we do today, except that number one, it would be at a different time. So the ideal would, really ideal would be during the day on a Monday when as many as possible people work at bars would have the day off and make scheduling easier. Because it wouldn't have big ticket items that sometimes draw more audience, it would give people more privacy. And applicants would still have the option to come to the regular ALRC meeting if that's better for their schedule or otherwise preferable. So that's the idea that we had. Committee, what do you think? Dr. Reese.
I love it. I think it's a great idea. There are a lot of issues that I have with that whole process, and it sounds like you all have battled with that over the years. So I fully support moving those hearings into the format you described. Looking at your equity analysis, there were also several other questions related to data and perhaps some clarity on the application. So I don't know if that subcommittee, maybe that would be the appropriate place to address the other issues that you raise, or if there's some other mechanism, but I think it's important. You all did the hard work of going through the fast track form and brought up some very real equity related issues. So I would love to see that work continued.
By all means. Thank you, Dr. Reese. Other members, comments, questions? Alder Carter.
Yes, I was fully in support of this when it was first brought to light, and I think that it provides the operator with the dignity of not having to broadcast everything that they've done, and yet able to explain and not only explain what happened, but to comfortably tell what they've learned and where they're going forward. So I'm all in. I'm all for it.
I wholeheartedly agree. Further discussion. Alder Carter. Oh, nope. Anybody else? Alder Verveer.
Yeah, thank you. I too support the creation of a subcommittee on operator licenses. And I thought there was a consensus when we last discussed this in person pre-pandemic, but there must have been some reason why we decided to refer this and not implement it. Could you remember, Michael, why you and maybe Tom Landgraf had asked that it be referred that night? I don't recall, because obviously it was back in 2019, I guess. But
well, it was 2019. It was December 2019 that we were having the meetings about it. They may have extended into January 2020. And I don't know, there wasn't much of a window between then and when the pandemic really took off. And I mean, I'm certainly not the only person involved, but I was traveling a huge amount right before that. So I think it got squeezed out. And then once the pandemic started, everything was so weird and it was hard to schedule things, and we punted on it.
I see. I was, just looking to refresh my memory as to if was there any outstanding question that we had, like that the city attorney's office was researching, or anything about implementation that was outstanding. I didn't hear any objection, or I don't remember any objection by any of us to proceed with the subcommittee route.
I don't remember, but I suppose if there is an issue, it'll come up again.
I was also wondering, just independently, if I could ask Jim, we haven't had any operator licenses on our agendas for the last several months. Do you have any input as to why that might be? Is it just that police records haven't flagged anybody, or are people not getting the notification that they were flagged and they need to ask to come before us?
I honestly don't know. I do know. I have double checked, because it is odd that we've gone this long without an operator having to appear, or at least scheduling to appear before the ALRC. So I'm not quite sure why. I do know that police records is a little short-staffed right now, and so they're a little behind. But I mean, still they're operating. They're still operating and getting applications or background checks done. And so I don't know specifically why we haven't had any come before us this last few months.
So records is updated there, and they aren't backlogged because of taxi cab licenses, backgrounds, or anything else. They are pretty much caught up, you would say.
Yeah, I will say we typically see a big rush on operator licenses once the students come back. So my guess is next month we'll probably see a big rush on new applications. And then we'll have to wait for the background checks to work through to see if anyone's flagged in a way that would require them to appear before the ALRC.
Thank you. And then one other issue that maybe was mentioned as part of the ResJ analysis, I didn't reread it recently, but was brought to my attention by an applicant recently that was wondering why they hadn't received their operator license yet. And I explained to them, well, didn't you receive your provisional license immediately? And they said, what do you mean? And I said, did you pay the extra $15? And they said that wasn't a clear option when they applied online. Could you just confirm, Jim, that I think most of our operator license applicants now are applying online on our Acela program, our software? Does it clearly give them the option right at the top, like the old-fashioned applications do, that you submit your counter, that you check a separate box if you want the 60-day provisional available immediately?
You are given the option. I'd have to look. I can't remember how exactly it's presented to you. And I'm not sure exactly the balance in, are we getting more online or are we getting more in person? Because we have had quite a bit in person lately. Now that the building is actually open, instead of people having to call our office to get let into the building. But I'll have to look and see in the online system how that's presented, applying for the provisional.
Yeah, I appreciate it if you could check on that for me. Thanks very much. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Any further discussion of item 41? Do I perhaps hear a motion then to refer item 41 to the ALRC Operating Practices Subcommittee?
So moved.
And then motion from Dr. Reese, second from Mr. Fletcher. Any discussion? Any dissent? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 41 is referred to the ALRC Operating Practices Subcommittee.
It's a point of order, Chair Donnelly. Do we have a set membership of that committee? I know we've changed a little bit since the last time we met.
Interestingly, when we established that committee, we did not establish the process for assigning members to that committee. Fortunately, the previous members are all still on the committee. So one of the items on the agenda for the next meeting will be establishing rules for determining who's on the committee, on the subcommittee.
I'm sorry, can you refresh me who motioned and who seconded that last item?
That was Dr. Reese and Mr. Fletcher.
Gotcha.
Also, I will be sending you an email message with the proposed agenda for this LRC Operating Practices Subcommittee meeting, and I'll also refresh your memory on who the members are if you want.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right. So that is item 41. Item 42. Captain Donahue, is there anything to which you would like to call our attention?
Nothing in particular, but if I could address the committee for just a minute.
Please do.
Alder Verveer mentioned that I've been reassigned. So in the next couple of weeks, I'll be heading over to the North District, and Lieutenant Harrison Zanders has been promoted, and he'll be taking my spot as the Central District Captain. So thank you all. I will say I won't miss the late night ALRC meetings, but want you to know how much I appreciate everything that you all do and the attention that you give this issue, and appreciate all the knowledge that I've picked up. And to Jim and to your staff, you guys are amazing. Thank you for keeping it together. And to the tech folks who, as of 16 months ago, were in the background and got thrust into the foreground to keep the city running. Much appreciation for all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much for your service to the committee as well, Captain Donahue. Does anyone, Alder Verveer?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to publicly very much say thank you, Kelly, for your steadfast attention you provided this committee. I've served on this committee for a very, very long time at this point. And as you can imagine, I've served with many chiefs designees. Most often they are the Central District Commander. I started with a wonderful guy that you know well by the name of Emil Quast, who was the record sergeant. And so when I started, just going down history, memory lane here, the record sergeant, when there was one, obviously we don't have one now, the record sergeant was also the ALRC designee. So we had Emil when I first started. But I just want to say that you have always treated this committee as a priority. I think you must schedule your personal vacations around the third Wednesday of the month, because I can't remember the last time you might have missed one of our meetings. I just want you to know it has not gone unnoticed, that you really have taken your role as the MPD representative on this committee, albeit non-voting, very, very seriously. And on a continued personal note, I will very much miss you as my Central District Commander. I've worked with probably dozens of Central District captains also during my City Hall tenure, and I have always really loved working with you and appreciated your service to our community. I really wish you all the best on the north side. I know it's closer to your homeland, if you will, as a native Madisonian. I believe that you spend more time on the north side, if I remember correctly. But anyway, I will really miss you come August 8th. And thank you for not only your most recent tour of duty Central District, but all your previous time you spent Central District, where I first met you probably as a young person. So anyway, thanks a million, Kelly. We're going to miss you on this committee very much.
Thank you, Alder Verveer, and I agree wholeheartedly. Assistant City Attorney Brest.
I would like to join Alder Verveer's tributes to Captain Donahue. He has worked well with the City Attorney's Office before I served in this post, and with me as well. And I would suggest that whoever makes the motion to adjourn tonight, adjourn in her honor. make the motion to adjourn to be in the honor of Captain Donahue and her service. Oh, and one more thing. I thought this committee has one of the best in memories, institutional memories, where the members of the committee and the chair of the committee understand the rules and the regulations that run the alcohol beverage industry. And I thought I would just add a couple things quickly that I hesitated on and have since looked up. Yes, there is a procedure under our ordinances for having a Class B have a alcohol-free night, and they do need to coordinate it with the police department. And secondly, there is an exception if an establishment fits the definition of a painting studio. There is an exception for underage persons to be present. Just throw those out for your collective memory.
Thank you. I'll certainly do my best to remember. I have higher hopes for Alder Revere than myself. Any further discussion or questions on item 42? Item 43, summary of licenses issued. Mr. Verbeek, is there anything to which you would like to draw our attention?
I have nothing to draw your attention to, but I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
What a perfect segue. Committee, what questions do you have for Mr. Verbeek? Alder Revere.
I hate to do this. I know it's almost 10:30, but Kelly would expect it on her final meeting with us. Obviously, since we last met Jim, we've started a new licensing year. I'm just wondering, could you refresh our memory what the position of your office is in terms of how we're treating expired licenses, or are there literally no expired licenses? And I believe we waived late fees, but is there come a point where if they haven't paid at all, where you're going to let the police department know that won't be allowed to continue?
Sure. So all licenses expired starting July 1st, unless they were paid to be renewed. The late fees are, to my knowledge, not waived, but postponed until 60 days after the health order, which was lifted on June 2nd. So they will be instituted in August 2nd. I think the exception to that is there's no paratransit license fees this year, and health is not instituting any late fees on their end. But we do have a minimal number of alcohol licenses that are expired and not picked up yet. I think we have, and I can just go through them real quick because there's only a handful of them. I think we have 8 in total, and some of those it's not so much a renewal fee issue. So in the Central District, we have 2 licenses. Both have actually already had the renewal fees paid, but they have holds on them. One is Harvest on 21 North Pinckney Street. There's a delinquent personal property tax hold on that one. And the other one is Rising Suns Deli, which also has another location over in the west side. And in both of those, the renewal form that they submitted had a different state seller's permit than what they applied for. They gave us a state seller's permit with a LLC that's different from what we have on record for holding that alcohol license. And so I looked up that new LLC name they gave us in the Department of Financial Institutions records. And the LLC name they gave us has been defunct for like a decade at this point. So I told them their options are to either provide us with the state seller's permit that we have on record for them, or to apply for a new license under that new LLC, with the LLC being in good standing. And to this date, they have not done either of those. And I think I presented them with that option in May. And they said thank you after I sent that email with those options. So they did get that option. And I think, reached out to them at least once since in late June as we were getting close to the deadline, with no response. For the east side, Madison Indoor Golf, 2425 South Stoughton Road, has not paid their renewal fees. In Midtown District, this isn't so much a lack of renewal payment, but Szechuan Garden had not submitted the renewal paperwork. They have since submitted a new application. I believe it's going to be Ginza LLC. Just submitted their application this Monday, so we will be seeing them next month. And then North District, Sabor Garetano at 4512 East Washington Avenue has not paid the renewal fees. And South Side, Cranberry Creek has paid the renewal fees, but they have a distributor hold on their license. So they just need to take care of that, and they will get their license. And then West Side, I mentioned earlier, Rising Suns is there. But the other one that's there is O'Grady's Irish Pub at 7436 Middle Point Road. And I believe there is likely going to be a new entity going in to replace that one. So nothing really, there's not really a big overall number of licenses that sort of are expired and kind of out there. And the majority of them that are out there, it's not really so much the renewal payment that's holding them back as it is other things.
Well, thanks so much, Jim. I certainly was not expecting that level of very precise detail. So I really appreciate that. And it looked like Captain Donahue was taking notes. So, but it might be easier if you had, obviously a document you could send her to get out to her fellow captains if you'd like.
Oh yeah, you did ask me the process too. And so the week before the expiration date, I did send Captain Donahue and I think ACA Zilby a list of all the expired licenses. I think when we started that, there's probably 30 or so that were on that list. And they've dwindled down since then. And so I do send an updated list as we get closer, and then just after the expiration dates, and then sort of a weekly kind of update before we hit Friday about how many licenses are sort of outstanding and who they are, and sort of what the issue is that's holding each of those up.
Great. Thanks again for all the information. Appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you, Alder Verveer. Mr. Fletcher.
Jim, to your last point about O'Grady's, I think I could be misremembering, but I know I think we may have already taken action on a new establishment in that spot, right? Because I think even if you drive past it now, it's like Big Sur Cantina that's gone up there. So I just rung a bell in my head.
You're right. We did do that one. Was it 7-4? Yeah, I believe we have. I don't see. Oh, well, times help. So I typed the address in right. Yeah, I believe they have gone through the ALRC already in the Common Council. They're still waiting on some sign-offs. Looks like zoning, building inspection, and fire, and then license fees before they can be issued that license.
Thank you, Mr. Verbeek and Mr. Fletcher. Any further questions on this item? All right, that moves us on to the final item on the agenda. Do I hear a motion to adjourn, perhaps with, I'm spacing, in the honor of a departing member of the committee?
I'll go ahead and move to adjourn in honor of Captain Kelly Donahue and her service to this committee.
A motion from Alder Verveer, a second from Vice Chair Fletcher. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed have the same privilege. Motion carries. ALRC is adjourned at 10:31 p.m. Have a good night, everybody.
Night.
Good night.